Między innymi jak zakładać i prowadzić ogródki przydomowe, czy chociażby przetwarzać sezonowe owoce i warzywa.
O kampanii Podaj Dalej mówiły media. Od lokalnych portali po ogólnopolskie serwisy. Patronat medialny nad kampanią objął portal Noise.
Ponadto w ramach kampanii przyznaliśmy granty edukacyjne dla 27 naszych miast partnerskich. W ramach nich nasze samorządy partnerskie mogły organizować inicjatywy edukacyjne, wydarzenia oraz spotkania. To dzięki nim wśród lokalnych społeczności
Wieloletnią łąkę kwietną przy oddziale w Jeleniej Górze.
Podaj Dalej buduje zaangażowanie lokalnych społeczności, bo razem możemy więcej.
Najstarsze miasto w Polsce, stolica polskiego złota, chce być urzędem i jest urzędem na miarę XXI wieku, urzędem przyjaznym dla mieszkańców, ale i też urzędem przyjaznym cyfrowo. Przystąpiliśmy do pilotażu płatności w M-Obywatelu jako pierwsze miasto. Przyspiesza to pracę urzędu, dlatego chcemy iść dalej i poza tymi płatnościami w M-Obywatelu, płatnościami kartą, chcemy też wdrożyć wszystkie formularze elektroniczne. Dążymy do tego, żeby jak najmniej było papierologii, do tego, żeby nie odsyłać mieszkańca potem tradycyjny blankiet.
Regulowanie należności odbywa się często i coraz częściej bezgotówkowo. Daje nam to bezpieczeństwo, duży komfort, też takie poczucie nowoczesności obiektu. Uznajemy to za bardzo bezpieczne, bardzo wygodne, bardzo takie nowoczesne, a nasi mieszkańcy cieszą się, że mogą w ten sposób u nas korzystać z usług.
Cały czas jesteśmy gotowi na różne nowości technologiczne. Już w tym roku działa u nas w strefie płatnego parkowania możliwość płacenia bezgotówkowo. Chcemy, żeby ta codzienność odbywała się szybko, sprawnie, wygodnie, a przede wszystkim w sposób bezpieczny.
Jak się nie rozwijasz, to się cofasz. A przecież świat tak szybko idzie do przodu. Klienci mają coraz większe oczekiwania.
Dlatego jestem gotowy na zmiany. i oferuje im płatności bezgotówkowe.
Dołącz do tych, którzy zrobili już krok do przodu.
Tak dzisiaj brzmi biznes.
Sięgnij po terminal z programu Polska Bezgotówkowa za 0 zł i zyskaj więcej.
Tak jak drzewo, ty też potrzebujesz dobrych warunków, aby pięknie wzrastać. Dlatego dbamy o czyste powietrze wolne od smogu, o czystą wodę wolną od zanieczyszczeń i ścieków, o czystą zieleń nieskażoną odpadami i o czystą, dobrą energię prosto z natury. Dbamy o dobry klimat dla ciebie i dla całej Polski. Narodowy Fundusz Ochrony Środowiska i Gospodarki Wodnej.
Jeszcze do niedawna w Urzędzie Miasta i Gminy w Jutrosinie jeden telefon przypadał na niecałych 4 urzędników.
Gmina Jutrosin postanowiła to zmienić, a IDEA dostała zadanie, by to wykonać.
Stworzyliśmy wirtualną centralę i dostarczyliśmy telefony, a także nowe laptopy i monitory dla pracowników. I to wszystko widać, chociaż zmieniło się wiele więcej. Zmodernizowaliśmy sieć informatyczną LAN, wdrożyliśmy oprogramowanie do backupu, dostarczyliśmy licencję do UTM-a urzędu, przeprowadziliśmy szkolenie z cyberbezpieczeństwa, bo pracownicy urzędu dbają o aktualizowanie wiedzy także w tym zakresie. Stworzyliśmy też wirtualne środowisko cloud. Nie, chmur nie widać, ale są, ale nie widać. A, wiem, chcesz pewnie zapytać?
Ile zajęło wdrożenie?
7 dni.
Ile?
Tak, tydzień.
Postawiliśmy na rozwój, innowacje i możliwość dalszych modernizacji. Kwota przeznaczona na projekt Cyfrowa Gmina jest inwestycją w bezpieczeństwo danych i sprawną komunikację między mieszkańcami a urzędem.
Projekt grantowy Cyfrowa Gmina w ramach programu operacyjnego Polska Cyfrowa na lata 2014-2020.
Bo wszyscy jesteśmy dumni, że żyjemy w Wielkopolsce, europejskim regionie aktywnych ludzi.
But I wanted to know everything I could about you. See, I'm just told the dreams were made to be believed in, so I put every single dream in you. But you set the bar so high above the sky, and you nailed it to the floor. 'Cause for some odd reason I don't believe in this one thing I adore. Wow. What is loving anymore? But you set the bar so high above the sky, and you nailed it to the floor. 'Cause for some odd reason I don't believe in this one thing I adore. What is loving anymore?
W InPost wierzymy, że dobre nawyki warto mnożyć, dlatego stworzyliśmy kampanię edukacyjną Podaj dalej, mnożymy dobre nawyki. To kampania, która łączy edukację ekologiczną, lokalne działania i społeczne zaangażowanie, bo prawdziwa zmiana to impuls, który łączy zaangażowanie każdego z nas i rozprzestrzenia się jak fala. Zobaczcie, jak zachęcaliśmy do mnożenia dobrych nawyków w całym kraju.
Zorganizowaliśmy niecodzienną akcję rowerową. W Warszawie, Częstochowie, Krakowie, Rzeszowie i Wrocławiu rozdawaliśmy nasiona łąk kwietnych w podwójnych opakowaniach. Jedno dla Ciebie, drugie do podarowania dla bliskiej osoby. Bo idea szerzenia dobrych nawyków jest sercem naszego programu.
Do projektu dołączyła również Sylwia Majcher, dziennikarka i ekoedukatorka. Sylwia na swoim profilu na Instagramie dzieliła się poradami, jak w codziennym życiu pielęgnować dobre nawyki. Mogliśmy się dowiedzieć m.in. jak zakładać i prowadzić ogródki przydomowe, czy chociażby przetwarzać sezonowe owoce i warzywa.
O kampanii Podaj dalej mówiły media. Od lokalnych portali po ogólnopolskie serwisy. Patronat medialny nad kampanią objął portal Noise.
Ponadto w ramach kampanii przyznaliśmy granty edukacyjne dla 27 naszych miast partnerskich. W ramach nich nasze samorządy partnerskie mogły organizować inicjatywy edukacyjne, wydarzenia oraz spotkania. To dzięki nim wśród lokalnych społeczności promowaliśmy rolę zieleni w mieście, ale też ideę less waste i świadomego gospodarowania odpadami.
Ale to nie wszystko. Do akcji dołączyli również nasi pracownicy, którzy odwiedzili żłobki, przedszkola i szkoły. Wolontariusze i edukatorzy pokazywali, jak sadzić i dbać o łąki kwietne, rozmawiali o dobrych nawykach, a także o tym, jak dawać rzeczom drugie życie. Prawie 50 osób przeprowadziło lekcje dla blisko 1500 dzieci w 30 miejscowościach. Dodatkowo nasi pracownicy zasiali również wieloletnią łąkę kwietną przy oddziale w Jeleniej Górze.
Podaj dalej buduje zaangażowanie lokalnych społeczności, bo razem możemy więcej.
Wrocławia, najstarsze miasto w Polsce, stolica polskiego złota, chce być urzędem i jest urzędem na miarę XXI wieku, urzędem przyjaznym dla mieszkańców, ale i też urzędem przyjaznym cyfrowo. Przystąpiliśmy do pilotażu płatności w M-Obywatelu jako pierwsze miasto. Przyspiesza to pracę urzędu, dlatego chcemy iść dalej i poza tymi płatnościami w M-Obywatelu, płatnościami kartą, chcemy też wdrożyć wszystkie formularze elektroniczne. Dążymy do tego, żeby jak najmniej było papierologii, do tego, żeby nie odsyłać mieszkańca potem tradycyjny blankiet.
Regulowanie należności odbywa się często i coraz częściej bezgotówkowo. Daje nam to bezpieczeństwo, duży komfort, też takie poczucie nowoczesności obiektu. Uznajemy to za bardzo bezpieczne, bardzo wygodne, bardzo takie nowoczesne, a nasi mieszkańcy cieszą się, że mogą w ten sposób u nas korzystać z usług.
Cały czas jesteśmy gotowi na różne nowości technologiczne. Już w tym roku działa u nas w strefie płatnego parkowania możliwość płacenia bezgotówkowo. Chcemy, żeby ta codzienność odbywała się szybko, sprawnie, wygodnie, a przede wszystkim w sposób bezpieczny.
Jak się nie rozwijasz, to się cofasz. A przecież świat tak szybko idzie do przodu. Klienci mają coraz większe oczekiwania.
Dlatego jestem gotowy na zmiany. I oferuję im płatności bezgotówkowe.
Dołącz do tych, którzy zrobili już krok do przodu.
Tak dzisiaj brzmi biznes.
Sięgnij po terminal z programu Polska Bezgotówkowa za 0 zł i zyskaj więcej.
Tak jak drzewo, ty też potrzebujesz dobrych warunków, aby pięknie wzrastać. Dlatego dbamy o czyste powietrze wolne od smogu, o czystą wodę wolną od zanieczyszczeń i ścieków, o czystą zieleń nieskażoną odpadami i o czystą, dobrą energię prosto z natury. Dbamy o dobry klimat dla ciebie i dla całej Polski. Narodowy Fundusz Ochrony Środowiska i Gospodarki Wodnej.
Jeszcze do niedawna w Urzędzie Miasta i Gminy w Jutrosinie jeden telefon przypadał na niecałych 4 urzędników.
Gmina Jutrosin postanowiła to zmienić, a IDEA dostała zadanie, by to wykonać.
Stworzyliśmy wirtualną centralę i dostarczyliśmy telefony, a także nowe laptopy i monitory dla pracowników. I to wszystko widać, chociaż zmieniło się wiele więcej. Zmodernizowaliśmy sieć informatyczną LAN, wdrożyliśmy oprogramowanie do backupu, dostarczyliśmy licencję do UTM-a urzędu, przeprowadziliśmy szkolenie z cyberbezpieczeństwa, bo pracownicy urzędu dbają o aktualizowanie wiedzy także w tym zakresie. Stworzyliśmy też wirtualne środowisko cloud. Nie, chmur nie widać, ale są, ale nie widać. A, wiem, chcesz pewnie zapytać?
Ile zajęło wdrożenie?
7 dni.
Ile?
Tak, tydzień.
Postawiliśmy na rozwój, innowacje i możliwość dalszych modernizacji. Kwota przeznaczona na projekt Cyfrowa Gmina jest inwestycją w bezpieczeństwo danych i sprawną komunikację między mieszkańcami a urzędem.
Projekt grantowy Cyfrowa Gmina w ramach programu operacyjnego Polska Cyfrowa na lata 2014-2020.
Bo wszyscy jesteśmy dumni, że żyjemy w Wielkopolsce, europejskim regionie aktywnych ludzi.
I didn't know what my heart was in for till you stepped into the room. And I didn't show, but I wanted to know everything I could about you. See, I'm just told the dreams were made to be believed in, so I put every single dream in you. But you set the bar so high above the sky, and you nailed it to the floor. 'Cause for some odd reason I don't believe in this one thing I adore. Wow. What is loving anymore? But you set the bar so high above the sky, and you nailed it to the floor. 'Cause for some odd reason I don't believe in this one thing I adore. What is loving anymore?
W InPost wierzymy, że dobre nawyki warto mnożyć, dlatego stworzyliśmy kampanię edukacyjną Podaj dalej, mnożymy dobre nawyki. To kampania, która łączy edukację ekologiczną, lokalne działania i społeczne zaangażowanie, bo prawdziwa zmiana to impuls, który łączy zaangażowanie każdego z nas i rozprzestrzenia się jak fala. Zobaczcie, jak zachęcaliśmy do mnożenia dobrych nawyków w całym kraju.
Zorganizowaliśmy niecodzienną akcję rowerową. W Warszawie, Częstochowie, Krakowie, Rzeszowie i Wrocławiu rozdawaliśmy nasiona łąk kwietnych w podwójnych opakowaniach. Jedno dla Ciebie, drugie do podarowania dla bliskiej osoby. Bo idea szerzenia dobrych nawyków jest sercem naszego programu.
Do projektu dołączyła również Sylwia Majcher, dziennikarka i ekoedukatorka. Sylwia na swoim profilu na Instagramie dzieliła się poradami, jak w codziennym życiu pielęgnować dobre nawyki. Mogliśmy się dowiedzieć m.in. jak zakładać i prowadzić ogródki przydomowe, czy chociażby przetwarzać sezonowe owoce i warzywa.
O kampanii Podaj dalej mówiły media. Od lokalnych portali po ogólnopolskie serwisy. Patronat medialny nad kampanią objął portal Noise.
Ponadto w ramach kampanii przyznaliśmy granty edukacyjne dla 27 naszych miast partnerskich. W ramach nich nasze samorządy partnerskie mogły organizować inicjatywy edukacyjne, wydarzenia oraz spotkania. To dzięki nim wśród lokalnych społeczności promowaliśmy rolę zieleni w mieście, ale też ideę less waste i świadomego gospodarowania odpadami.
Ale to nie wszystko. Do akcji dołączyli również nasi pracownicy, którzy odwiedzili żłobki, przedszkola i szkoły. Wolontariusze i edukatorzy pokazywali, jak sadzić i dbać o łąki kwietne, rozmawiali o dobrych nawykach, a także o tym, jak dawać rzeczom drugie życie. Prawie 50 osób przeprowadziło lekcje dla blisko 1500 dzieci w 30 miejscowościach. Dodatkowo nasi pracownicy zasiali również wieloletnią łąkę kwietną przy oddziale w Jeleniej Górze.
Podaj dalej buduje zaangażowanie lokalnych społeczności, bo razem możemy więcej.
najstarsze miasto w Polsce, stolica polskiego złota, chce być urzędem i jest urzędem na miarę XXI wieku, urzędem przyjaznym dla mieszkańców, ale i też urzędem przyjaznym cyfrowo. Przystąpiliśmy do pilotażu płatności w M-Obywatelu jako pierwsze miasto. Przyspiesza to pracę urzędu, dlatego chcemy iść dalej i poza tymi płatnościami w M-Obywatelu, płatnościami kartą, chcemy też wdrożyć wszystkie formularze elektroniczne. Dążymy do tego, żeby jak najmniej było papierologii, do tego, żeby nie odsyłać mieszkańca potem tradycyjny blankiet.
Regulowanie należności odbywa się często i coraz częściej bezgotówkowo. Daje nam to bezpieczeństwo, duży komfort, też takie poczucie nowoczesności obiektu. Uznajemy to za bardzo bezpieczne, bardzo wygodne, bardzo takie nowoczesne, a nasi mieszkańcy cieszą się, że mogą w ten sposób u nas korzystać z usług.
Cały czas jesteśmy gotowi na różne nowości technologiczne. Już w tym roku działa u nas w strefie płatnego parkowania możliwość płacenia bezgotówkowo. Chcemy, żeby ta codzienność odbywała się szybko, sprawnie, wygodnie, a przede wszystkim w sposób bezpieczny.
Jak się nie rozwijasz, to się cofasz. A przecież świat tak szybko idzie do przodu. Klienci mają coraz większe oczekiwania.
Dlatego jestem gotowy na zmiany. I oferuję im płatności bezgotówkowe.
Dołącz do tych, którzy zrobili już krok do przodu.
Tak dzisiaj brzmi biznes.
Sięgnij po terminal z programu Polska Bezgotówkowa za 0 zł i zyskaj więcej.
Tak jak drzewo, ty też potrzebujesz dobrych warunków, aby pięknie wzrastać. Dlatego dbamy o czyste powietrze wolne od smogu, o czystą wodę wolną od zanieczyszczeń i ścieków, o czystą zieleń nieskażoną odpadami i o czystą, dobrą energię prosto z natury. Dbamy o dobry klimat dla ciebie i dla całej Polski. Narodowy Fundusz Ochrony Środowiska i Gospodarki Wodnej.
Jeszcze do niedawna w Urzędzie Miasta i Gminy w Jutrosinie jeden telefon przypadał na niecałych 4 urzędników.
Gmina Jutrosin postanowiła to zmienić, a IDEA dostała zadanie, by to wykonać.
Stworzyliśmy wirtualną centralę i dostarczyliśmy telefony, a także nowe laptopy i monitory dla pracowników. I to wszystko widać, chociaż zmieniło się wiele więcej. Zmodernizowaliśmy sieć informatyczną LAN, wdrożyliśmy oprogramowanie do backupu, dostarczyliśmy licencję do UTM-a urzędu, przeprowadziliśmy szkolenie z cyberbezpieczeństwa, bo pracownicy urzędu dbają o aktualizowanie wiedzy także w tym zakresie. Stworzyliśmy też wirtualne środowisko cloud. Nie, chmur nie widać, ale są, ale nie widać. A, wiem, chcesz pewnie zapytać?
Ile zajęło wdrożenie?
7 dni.
Ile?
Tak, tydzień.
Postawiliśmy na rozwój, innowacje i możliwość dalszych modernizacji. Kwota przeznaczona na projekt Cyfrowa Gmina jest inwestycją w bezpieczeństwo danych i sprawną komunikację między mieszkańcami a urzędem.
Projekt grantowy Cyfrowa Gmina w ramach programu operacyjnego Polska Cyfrowa na lata 2014-2020.
serdecznie wszystkie zebrane osoby. If someone needs a headphone set for the translation, there are some still left at the entrance of to the room. And jeśli ktoś z Państwa potrzebuje.
If you need interpretation service, please pick up a headset at the front door. My name is Maciej Franskowiak. I'm a sociologist. I work at the local university here in Poznań, and for many, many years I've had the pleasure to cooperate with the City Council of Poznań at city development forums, and I will be the co-host of this event. And of course I need to invite Iwona Matysiak-Schulz, the co-founder of this event. And it was her decision to focus on resilience this year. Why? Why is that? Well, in our department, for development, we do statistics, and we always try to look at the reality and the future. This is very important for us because statistics show you trends, and this is what we want to do. The City Development Forum first addressed resilience 1 year ago. The situation was not so bad back then, but even then we knew some facts and statistics that revealed a variety of public unrest. And a resilient city is one that is not only resilient to what comes from the east or from the west, or something that happens in the Far East. A resilient city is also one where the local authorities skillfully address all sorts of changes that are beyond our control, such as climate change. And those changes are not always welcome. So this is why we chose resilience as our leitmotif, but I'm not an expert in resilience. However, our speakers are, and they are top quality speakers, and they will be with us today and tomorrow. And I'm so happy to have a full room of people. So you mentioned city authorities and speakers, so I think the time is right to give the floor to Mayor Mariusz Wiśniewski, who is in charge of education, technical infrastructure, and strategic thinking. So that's exactly the areas where we just can't have too much resilience. So, Mr. Mayor, time for your opening remarks. Thank you. I'm so happy to see you for the 9th time at the City Development Forum. This year, we will talk about how to move from crisis to resilience and how to build urban resilience. A few years back, when we spoke about disasters or crises, we mostly focused on climate change, which definitely is an issue. And we can see extreme weather events in Poland and across Europe. They are only getting worse and worse. But there are more crises, more potential or actual crises. So one of them that made urban resilience a hot issue all over the world was definitely the pandemic. And I'm sure we all remember the discussions about urban resilience in case of yet another pandemic. And then the outbreak of a full-scale war in Ukraine brought about new or forgotten crises that happened before but have been forgotten in this part of the world. So that's a war and war consequences, including migrations of war refugees from Ukraine and all other geopolitical consequences that make us live on the brink of a potential conflict. So we need to restore and rebuild social resilience, which is very important in the context of civil or territorial defense. Also, now we have some additional issues that are related to security in urban areas in this way or another. So, energy security. Think of the blackout events in Southern Europe. That's an example of an event that requires resilience from urban infrastructure, including places like hospitals. What do you do if you have a long-term blackout? Then migrations. Many countries failed when it comes to smart, good quality migration policy. In some countries, migration processes are out of control, which has an effect on the security of European cities. We have to stay open, but we must not repeat the mistakes of others. Cities are not standalone islands. This is why a forum like this is an opportunity to exchange knowledge with international experts. We can share experience. We will have speakers from Kharkiv in Ukraine, a city on the front line of the war. Also Jyväskylä from Finland. And Finland has been consistently building a resilient society for years. Resilient in terms of in social and in technical terms. Finland is very much experienced in territorial defense. We will also have speakers from Berlin or Taiwan, so people with different backgrounds and different perspectives on crises, on how to handle crises and how to recover from one. And I hope that these discussions will be very fruitful. And I'm very happy that Poznań is a host city for a discussion like this, because we are very serious on social experience. We want to learn from others. We want to share our experience with others. One important thing is to get people on board. We must not only share the same values, but we also need to have strong relations among people in times of disasters, wars, or crises. That's very, very important. So I keep my fingers crossed for today and tomorrow, and I'm grateful to everyone who has been involved in organizing the forum.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just heard about the challenges and the very concept of resilience and how complex it is. And now we hope to listen about some solutions. So hopefully we will leave this room in a better mood that we have entered it. And we will talk to Carlos Moreno, the author of the 15-minute city concept, which, as we will learn soon, does not only mean a revolution in public transport, but also in how we plan cities in order to make them, hopefully, more resilient to crises. Carlos, you are welcome on the stage.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this kind invitation, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real pleasure for me to be today in Poznań for the first time. I know very well Poland, but today to be in this great city is a real honor. Thank you for inviting me to deliver this opening keynote for your conference, Disasters and Resilience. And I will share with you my research work with my team at Sorbonne University in Paris on proximity and resilience. In particular, I will evoke my research work on this human-centered way for the urban planning in the 21st century. Of course, The first point when I am invited anywhere is talk us on 15-minute city. Okay, go. But even if the 15-minute city has become a very worldwide popular concept, I have used today to start my talk for saying that in this concept, the 15-minute city, the less important point is the number of minutes. No matter for the number 15, not obsession, please, then. 10, 5, 20, 25, 30 minutes. It's okay. What is the matter? The matter is to change radically our lifestyle, our work style, to develop a more polycentered city, for offering local service, to develop a local economy, to have a low carbon mobility on foot or by bike or by public transportation, to regulating our neighborhood. Just in a word, to reach a real quality of life, a real well-being. This is the core of our commitment. In cities, regardless of the size of density, metropolises, region, even now countries, middle cities, small cities, ruralities, the real questions is the quality of life. The quality of life is today related to a new way for living, for working, for commuting. And this point is the core of our proposal, a happy proximity. This picture is in fact the nutshell of our research work for more than 15 years. We have a lot of circles with the different colors totally intertwined. This is the sense of our proposal, to develop a strong intertwinement of our activities, to develop shorter distances, to develop a lot of services, to develop a lot of activities, to develop the positive urban health. Each one of circles has a different color. And we have the possibility for mixing these colors, we will have the new colors, the rainbow. This is the nickname with the 15-minute city, with the happy proximity, the rainbow of the well-being. This is the sense of my opening keynote, to evoke that in our cities worldwide, in the 5 continents, for more than 90 years, 9 decades, we have embraced exactly the same lifestyle. In 1913, we had the first massification of cars produced by Mr. Henry Ford, the Model T. After this date, and in Europe in particular, after the Second War and worldwide, our cities were shaped essentially not for reaching the quality of life for inhabitants, but just for satisfying the particular interest with the lobby involved in 3 different businesses. The business of the concrete, for creating the corporate business district on the one hand, the residence areas on the other hand, for joining these different places by roads, by motor highways, double highways, bridges, and the third business, the business of the fossil energies, oil. This is the shape of cities, in particular promoted by the architects that have considered that the good way for cities was to separate our daily activities. We have started in 1933 until now the functional city. The functional city was the core of the Athens Charter, led by Le Corbusier, with the essential of architects at this period. And Le Corbusier said, the city that succeeds is the one that moves fast and furious. And this was anywhere, in all continents, regardless of the particular conditions, the particular cultures, the particular economic models, the same shape of cities around the world. Bridges, motor highways, cars. The individual car has become a social status. We needed absolutely to have a car for being anyone. In a masculine city, we need to satisfy the masculine desires to have a big car. To consider that if I have a car, I have an important man. The woman is not matter in this period, just to keep children in the house. This is, in fact, the pattern of the functional city around the world. If we put a color for identify our essential daily needs, we will have the separated colors in different places of the city. The color for the corporate business district, the color for the residential areas, the color for the middle class residential areas, the color for the poor people, the color for the administrative cultural activities. And for joining these colors, the predominance of the individual cars. At the same time that we have developed this functional city, we have developed another kind of human, the new centers, half human, half cars. And this was for 7 decades after the Second War. Now it is time for changing that. This is the sense of our commitment. And for this happy meet between a scientist, myself, and a committed mayor, a woman, Anne Hidalgo, we have developed an intensive common activity and a strong cooperation. Anne Hidalgo in the way for listening to scientists, and myself and my team as scientists, for working with a mayor, for having other things in our life different to the scientific papers, and to be committed for transforming our cities. This hybridization between a committed, determined pioneer mayor in Paris, Anne Hidalgo, and the collaborative work with myself and my team has developed for more than 10 years this intensive activity for transforming a city of Paris, the city of lights, and to reach today this triumph, the triumph of the Anne Hidalgo vision, the triumph of proximities. Today, this is a great time. The rise of the 15-minute city, the rise of the X-minute city, for avoiding this obsession for the number 15, for going from the concept to the reality. I have started this research in 2010, 15 years ago. This is just a coincidence, the number. I have started in 2010, 15 years after. We have the triumph of the 15-minute city. But the most important is the transformation for a concept in this new reality worldwide. We have today the commitment of a lot of mayors, local governances, presidents of metropolis, regions, national organizations, institutions, for going ahead in this transformation. The C40 cities, the global network of metropolis for fighting against climate change, United Nations Habitat in Charge of Cities, UCLG, the oldest, strongest international organization of local governances and scientists led by my team at Sorbonne University. One of the criteria for keeping in mind, for understanding the worldwide success of this concept is in fact that for the first time we have the possibility for offering a concept and urban and territorial practices for reconciling sustainability and quality of life. Worldwide, a lot of movements are committed for fighting against climate change. For that, we need to decarbonize our life. And we have these permanent discussions. For decarbonizing our life, we need to have the growth, the economical growth. With the 15-minute city, we have evoked, for the first time in the 21st century, the possibility for decarbonizing our life, for developing this low-carbon mobility on foot or by bike or by public transportation, and at the same time, to regulate our economy, to develop the local employment, to develop the regeneration of the business model, to change even the business model in cities, and to regenerate our neighborhoods for developing more social interactions. We have today worldwide different nicknames of this concept, the 10-minute city, the 20-minute territory, the 30-minute territory, and not only in the car-dependent cities. In Netherlands, in Utrecht, the name is the 10-minute city Utrecht. And Utrecht is one of the most bike-capable cities in the world because we had in Utrecht a lot of bike jams in the peak hours. Why? Because we needed to develop more proximity, more decentralized services, more local services. In fact, I am very proud of this concept because we have launched a worldwide dialogue, discussions on urban models and practices in the different places. This concept, the 15-minute city, the X-minute city, the X-minute territory, we have the possibility for applying in the places with a high density, as Paris, and as well in the places with the really low density. This is the case of my friend Arkadiusz Ptak, the mayor of Pleszowa. Pleszowa is a small city, a rurality, 15,000 inhabitants. We have in Paris, in France, in the south of France, the villages with 5,000 inhabitants. Very proud of this deployment. We have opened the possibility because this is not a doxa. This is not a competition. We don't have the award for the most 15-minute city in the world. This is a framework for imagining a new ecological, economical, and social model for be adapted in the particular context of each one of cities in the 21st century, the century of the lot of different global threats. Climate change, new urban illnesses, new unhuman malls, traffic jams, massive pollution, overcrowded transportation, urban segregation, segregation for social categories, social housing just as ghettos in a lot of cities for poor people. This is the reality today of the 21st century, the century of the Anthropocene. The Anthropocene is this century where we have developed our own system based on a massive urbanizations without considering the importance of the human being, of our quality of life. We have today worldwide the prevalence of cities in Europe, 75% of people live in cities. In South America, tomorrow I will go to Mexico, 23 million of inhabitants in Mexico City, 84% of inhabitants in South America. Just in 4 decades, we have turned from 40% of urban to 84%. But the question of climate change, the question of loss of biodiversity is totally related to the massification of the urbanization. For this reason, for fighting with efficacy against climate change, the response should be a triple response: ecological for decarbonizing, economical for developing more local activities, and social for having a positive social impact. This is the situation today in this planet. Storms, heat wave, the increase of sea level, and the massive ubiquities, the people interconnected, the loss of biodiversity, refugees, wars in our borders, in Europe, in a lot of places, in the Middle East, and most people disconnected. For the first time in the history of humanity, we have a humanity massively connected by the technological means. And for the first time, we have a humanity massively social disconnected. We need to offer a new perspective other than the cut of the budget. I think in these harsh times, I'm convinced that we could be optimistic for finding the light at the end of the tunnel, for avoiding that the turn off offer another way. I launched this concept for the first time just after the COP21 in Paris, 10 years ago. In a few weeks, we will go to Belém in Amazonia for the COP30. When we had the signature of the Paris Agreement 10 years ago, it was an agreement between countries for reducing the CO2 emission and to limit the increase of temperature in 1.2 degrees Celsius. But for the first time, by the initiative of the mayor of Paris, Anne Hidalgo, chairwoman at this moment, the C40 cities, and the C40 cities, we had the summit, 1,000 mayors for climate at the Paris Town Hall. For the first time, we had the voices of cities, because cities are the most relevant contributor in CO2 emissions. Cities are the places where this individual transportation has impacted the air quality. Cities are the places with the essential of consumption of energy. Cities are the place by the wealth productions, a poverty generation as well. This is the current situations today in cities. Exactly 1 year ago, in Valencia, the third city in Spain, in a few hours, 3 hours, the city was totally flooded. The place of cars, really, it was so pity. But beyond that, we had, until now, a lot of impact in the economical activities. Just for going from a home to an office. And this situation is impermanent, present in our continent. 1 year ago, you had here in Central Europe the storm of Boris. I was at this moment in Budapest with the mayor of Budapest in a conference on the 15-minute city. We need to stop this conference for going to, with the mayor for installing the emergency central activities. Disaster is as well the difficulties for transportation, trains, airplanes, cars, roads. The power outage, this is a very often situation today. Recently, in Spain, in Portugal, all country during 1 day, in Portugal 3 days, turned off the totality of the national electrical power network. My colleague, Johan Rockström, a star of the climate change as a researcher, the chief of the Poznań Institute for Climate Impact, published in the Nature Review in April 2024 an impressive paper, The Economic Losses Due to Climate Change. $38 trillion in damages and a reduction of 18% of turnover each year. Climate change, disasters, this is a new economical situation for the impact in a lot of different economical areas. Insurance, reinsurance, a lot of activities are today impacted. For this reason, this is necessary to be aware of the strategic importance of the change of our work style, our lifestyle, our commute. During the latest World Urban Forum in Cairo, in November 2024, the final declaration, the call for actions, the item 5 said, placing proximity and circularity at the center of urban development is necessary. The motto of this worldwide session, the biggest event in cities in the world, it all starts at home. Local actions for sustainable cities and communities. At this moment, at the same moment, November 2024, the OECD has published an amazing, outstanding document, Cities Turning Crisis into Change. Cities should address multi-scale and complex challenges. And the OECD has proposed the City Compass with 4 points: proximity, sufficiency, justice, social justice and economical justice, and resilience. This City Compass, in a nutshell, is the sense of the 15-minute city. proximity, self-sufficiency, social and economical justice, and resilience. For this reason, I proposed during this conference, during my opening keynote, this idea, proximity as the best urban and territorial resilience. When you have your city totally flooded, when you have heat waves, when you have a power outage, when you have the interruption of public transportation, when you have roads destroyed or out of order by storms and others, the only possibility for continuing to live is to have a real, concrete, social, economical, and ecological proximity. I evoked during my opening keynote that proximity as the best urban and territorial resilience, it is the moment for creating a new world. And I proposed this new word, proxilience. Proxilience is in fact the mix of resilience and proximity. This word of proxilience was welcoming in a really positive way by my different colleagues. And this is the resume: climate change, urban diseases, on human cities, traffic jams, overcrowded transportation, power outage, lot of different impact. Proxilience is the new way for generating this new lifestyle. I am optimistic, and I want to deliver for you an optimistic message. Because, yes, we can. 10 years in Paris, 2015, 2024. It's one of the most polluted metropolis in the world. 10 years ago, this map, this is the concretely results of our commitment for improving the quality of life, for having a real air quality, for offering local services, for reducing the role of cars, for creating local employments, local activities, for recovering vegetation, for recovering the Seine River, for offering schools in proximity, sport activities, for developing a happy proximity. This was the commitment of the mayor of Paris, intertwined with the scientific proposals. With my colleague Jean Jouzel, Nobel Prize with the IPCC, and myself, we have launched in February 2020 this ambitious program to transform Paris. And you have in front of you this GIF. But this is no more just a marketing GIF. This is today the reality in the city of Paris, and not only in Paris, but in a lot of cities around the world, by the positive impact in the ecological, economical, and social way by this concept. As scientist, I want to evoke with you today these three elements for understanding the force of this concept. The 21st century urban planning need to mix the power of the three AI. The AI usually is the artificial intelligence. Of course, we need artificial intelligence. We need the digital tools for connecting people, for developing technologies for life. But we need another AI, the adaptative intelligence. Darwin said the real human intelligence is our capability for the adapted in order to facing to the different alias, randomized, climate change, for example, the time for changing. And we need the other AI, the ancestral intelligence, the local solutions, for taking account our local context, our local raw materials, our local knowledge, our social local interactions, our local behaviors. The urban regenerations proposed by the 15-minute city, by the X-minute city, is based in these triple interactions. Technologies for life, the AI, the modern AI, the time for change, for acting here and now, the adaptive intelligence, and the local solutions. It all starts at home, the ancestral intelligence. I'm neither architect, I'm nor urbanist. I am mathematician and computer scientist. For this reason, I have a more enhanced vision than the particular vision of an urbanist or an architect. I am totally convinced that in the complexity of the world, we need to respond with the more solution by the convergence by different disciplines. This is the sense of the Paris 15-minute city projects, to recovering the Seine River, to create the new business model in cities by the local shops, local commerce, local activities, to deploy the culture in the different places, to develop the resilience by fountains, to recover water in cities, air not polluted, and to offer public space for people, for developing lot of activities, in particular for taking care of the new generation of kids. The X-minute city is the concrete way for developing this happy polycentric proximity, for reconciling ecology, economy, and social challenges in this world in crisis, for regenerating our sources of energies and biodiversity, for relocating jobs, relocating economical activities, and for reviving our social links. Of course, this is not the genius of Carlos Moreno. I'm not in my bathroom for saying, Eureka, I found the 15-minute city. This is 1 century of thinkers and doers committed for proposing a new way in parallel of the functional city. At the center of this galaxy, James Jacobs, the unforgettable James Jacobs, in 70s, 80s, James Jacobs proposed this concept, the living city. Recently, my friend, my master, Jan Gehl, the greatest contemporary urbanist, he wrote Cities for People in 2000. And in 1972, he wrote his amazing book, Life Between Buildings. And of course, the new urbanism. And at the end of the 19th century, Evensen Awards proposed the Garden City. I visited in Netherlands, one place with still now one survival garden city. We need to evoke this global movement present through the different decades. James Jacobs, Jan Gehl, Christopher Alexander. He was architect and mathematician. He proposed a pattern language for imagining how could we develop a humanistic architecture, a humanistic urbanism using mathematics, science. I'm very proud of the support of my friend Jan Gehl, 89 years old today, just a few weeks. Jan wrote the foreword for my latest book, translated. The first translation of this book was in Polish. My book was published in English, and a few weeks after, we have the Polish version. If we wanted to understand our work, we need to continue to develop the new ideas. The 15-minute city is a alive concept. It's not a static. we need to continue to develop new ways, new ideas. I met my friend, the Nobel Prize Mohamed Yunus, in 2010 when he published his amazing book, Zero Carbon, Zero Poverty, Zero Exclusion. It was the spark for me in 2010. I was one of the pioneers in a smart city, the technology for cities. When I met the book of Mohamed Yunus, this was the spark: zero carbon, zero poverty, zero exclusion. How could we develop this triple way to reduce our CO2 emissions, to fight against poverty, and to develop a more inclusive city? This was the start of my proposal. Recently, 3-4 years ago, by the Regional Science Academy, the International Association of Scientists for reflecting on territorial urban policy, I met as well the Nobel Prize, Paul Krugman, Economics Nobel Prize. And Paul received the Nobel Prize for the new economical geography, for developing a more decentralized economy. Paul had a vision more in regions. And I said, we need to develop a new economical geography in metropolises, in cities, for reconsidering the work style, for reconsidering the business model, for transforming the work style, for developing the new economical opportunities, for switching the traditional business model based on long distances, and in a way for transforming our cities by more new centralities. We have proposed to reinvent the new economical geography with the convergence of the sustainable proximity. We published recently, 1 year ago exactly, in Regional Science Policy and Practices, this paper, All Wisdom in the New Economic Geography, Managing Uncertainty in 21st Century Regional and Urban Development. All wisdom, don't forget, ancestral intelligence. In an uncertain world, the adaptive intelligence. In the 21st century, technologies, artificial intelligence. This was the sense of these new developments, including, this was in October 2024, 1 month after I evoked this term, proxilience. During the 20th century, our commitment in cities was dedicated for fighting against economical inequities. But today, we need to be aware that this is not enough. This is not enough to fight against economical inequities. We need to fight against this new double injustice, the spatial injustice with the urban segregation and the temporal injustice at the core of the social exclusion. A spatial injustice when you have the overcrowded social housing for poor people, and at the opposite, the residential areas for people with the high incomes. The temporal injustice is the Saskia Sassen expulsions concept, the city as this centrifuge city for expulsing more and more far away people that don't have enough revenues for living in the center of city. We need, in fact, to fight in cities against the social vulnerability. The social vulnerability is the mix of the economical inequities, spatial injustice, and temporal injustice. We are totally committed with UN Habitat and the International Organization of Mayors for developing the Social Vulnerability Urban and Territorial Index. For understanding that, we need to develop a strong urban regenerations for transforming our cities in a polycentric organizations, for having a city or a territory with short or low carbon distances, if you have the possibility to create new centralities, the polycentric organization. And at the same time, we need to combine the different colors of our daily activities. I proposed, as mathematician, this model, 6 essential functions for reaching a real quality of life. To live in the good conditions, to work with a strong reduction of our long distances, to supply for developing the local commerce, local activities in proximity, to care for having access to the medical services, to learn for having access to education and culture, and to enjoy for having access to the public spaces without pollution. And I proposed a new indicator of the quality of life based on 3 new indicators: my personal and familial well-being, my social well-being with my colleagues and neighbors, and my sustainable well-being, my CO2 footprint, and otherness. And we have developed this idea, the social circularity, based on the mix of the colors. Every time, everywhere, in a polycentric organization. This is the sense of the mix of colors. If I have the possibility for mixing these different colors, to live, to work, to supply, to care, to learn, to enjoy, not as a magic wand, but based on a local urban plan and territorial plan and the new short, mid, and long-term processes, we will create this new rainbow, the rainbow of the high-quality societal life. This is the resume proposed by my colleagues of the Technical University of München. Proximity to essential services, organic density with the local materials, mixed uses, high quality in public spaces, efficient public transportations, active low carbon mobility, inclusivity, social and economical inclusivity, and technological ubiquity. These are the 8 essential points of this social circularity for transforming our life. As scientists, we have proposed a methodology based on data science, geodata science on the one hand, for examining, for exploring 100 by 100 meters, each one of cities and territories, for considering the balance or not presence of services, and on the other hand, to discuss with inhabitants for having the point of view of inhabitants, because we need to listen to citizen dwellers. We need to listen to inhabitants even for understanding their fears, their different difficulties for accepting a change. Proximity is not the same for each one of us. My desire for proximity is not the same of a teenager, of a pregnant woman, of a lone woman with children, of a couple with children, of executive people, of elderly people, etc. We need to consider the different resources for generating this rainbow of the high quality of life for everyone. The question is not to have a city for all. The real challenge is to have a city for everyone, because everyone is not the same of all. Everyone is to consider my particular desire in my category, by gender, by status, social status, by professional activity. This is the sense of the 15-minute city. For that, we need to use science, geodata science, geodata analysis, for understanding my city, my district, my street, for understanding how could we offer a scorecard for exploring the way for implementing new services. This is the sense of our activity as scientists, and at the same time to explore of cities and waters the possibility for creating new services and to explore their social acceptability, using technologies, using artificial intelligence, using different ways, including manual activities, workshops with people, This is the sense of the proximity fresk, a pedagogical tool for involving citizen dwellers in this process of the transportation. This is the sense of our concept, and this is the concrete transformation. The bank of the Seine River is no more a motor highway. This is a place for people. And today we are very proud of recovering this place. This is one of the most important axes in the east-west in Paris. Instead of to have 7 lanes for cars, today this avenue, this boulevard is only for a low-carbon mobility. This is my city of Paris. We need to change the business model. For a long time, in Paris, people work in the west of Paris. For this reason, we have this long commute from the east to the west. The isochrono are totally unbalanced. The essential of jobs are in the west, and people live in the east. For this reason, we have in Paris the busiest public transportation, 1.2 million passengers per day, 600,000 in a peak hours, just because the access to the jobs are totally unbalanced. La Défense, the biggest corporate business district in Europe. Today, after the COVID-19, this business model is totally failure because no more people desire to go to work in La Défense. Instead of this way, this was the consequence. In the West, you have the essentially building for working, and people live at the opposite. Even more, the social housing was concentrated in only several districts. 42% of people live in social housing in the northeast of Paris. 2.2% the social housing in the west of Paris. Totally unbalanced. 2.2% of social housing in the rich districts, 42% in the poor district. We need to mix that. We need to mix this color. We need to create a social housing in the rich districts. We need to create jobs in the poor district. We need to create sport activities in the poor district. We need to develop the multifunction activities instead of to have the single function activities. In the center of a lot of cities, the life is in blue. 20 kilometers far away, the life is in red because we don't have access to the services. This is the sense of our commitment. Proximity for all, proximity for everyone, to develop more activities, social interactions, and a new economic and urban model. The European Union has created a program driving urban transitions with one of the items, 3 items, the 50-minute city transition pathway. The city of Poznań is involved in one of these projects. 5 years of the different projects, collaborative projects, funded by the European Union. This book, Mapping of 15-minute city practices, was published recently. 122 15-minute city projects in Europe, funded by the European Union. 27 countries and 3 guest countries this year, Brazil, South Korea, and Taiwan. This concept is present worldwide. The same vision, the same methodology with a different implementation. We have as well a very vibrant and dynamic scientific community. Lot of papers, and at the same time, the concrete transformations. This is my city, Paris, with the challenge of proximity. During the Olympic Games, Worldwide, we could observe the transformation of Paris for having these Olympic Games in all city. For the first time in the modern Olympic Games, we had the competitions with the tactical urbanism in all city. We needed to build only 3% of the sport installations. The 97% others was only the reuse of the tactical urbanism. This was the sense of the commitment of the mayor of Paris with the 15-minute city. We have today the Seine River, 3 swimming pools in the Seine River. We have transformed the schoolyard for be open during the weekend. This was the first measure took by the mayor of Paris, to open the schoolyard during the weekend, for offering this place to neighbors, to transform the street in front of the school and new mini park. We have today 280 mini parks in front of the school. We have transformed these places. Instead of the mineral schoolyards, we had created the oasis schoolyards for kids. We opened the schoolyard during the weekend for hosting a lot of different activities. The neighbors, parents, friends, cultural activities, music. This is the street for kids in front of the schools. Just to close the street or to transform the street for offering this place for kids. And after that, to generating massively this transformation in all city. This is the sense of the 15-minute city, the city for everyone. We have voted for enhancing the garden street not only in front of the school, in all city, 500 new garden streets. In the garden street, we have the possibility to move with the car, but we don't have the possibility for parking. We need just to move, just to going from a point to another point. This is the change of the business model. We have created the commercial property of the city of Paris for managing the blue spot. Each one of blue spot is a new business point. Bakery, fishery, bookstore, artisan, corporate working, etc. For transforming, instead of the corporate business model in the West, for having places for working in all city. For breaking out with the social exclusion by the social housing, we have developed this transformation for developing the social housing in our city and for developing the mixed use of buildings in the city. We have created the new centralities, a lot of different centralities for regenerating this polycentric city. We could visit each one of these new centralities instead of to have this kind of unused land we have transformed today by this regeneration in the new districts. This one of the most rich districts in Paris. We have created this new eco-district, 50% social housing, 20% middle class, 30% rich people. This is the concrete transformation we could visit, we could go for understanding this transformation. This was the headquarters of the Ministry of Defense in one of the most expensive streets in Paris, Rue Saint-Dominique, 7th district, 2.2% of social housing. This is no more the headquarters of the Ministry of Defense. This is the Îlot Saint-Germain. This is a place dedicated for mixity, social mixity, and really beautiful building. This building received the award of the best Paris design. This is one of the most favorite proximity, the 5-minute bakery for kids. We have developed in all cities, in all districts in the city, we have a website for exploring and for showing to inhabitants. But the most important victory of Anne Hidalgo vision in Paris was in November 2024, 1 year almost ago, when the Paris City Council has voted the new master plan, the Bioclimate Paris Local Urban Plan. This is important because Anne Hidalgo will stop as mayor in March. But with the new local urban plan, we will have the same way available for the next 10 years, 15 years. Nature as common good, affordable housing in all city, low carbon neighborhoods, environmental health, urban identity, hyper proximities, and resilient city. Today, in the Île-de-France region, the president in the political party opposed to Anne Hidalgo has adopted the same concept, the 20 minutes Île-de-France region, for creating 32 new centralities, 148 polarities. Quickly, in Milano, Piazza Loreto, and the other kind of transformations, in Cleveland, in the USA, one of the most automotive cities. Buenos Aires, after the COVID-19, the development of the street for people, the green street. In Mexico City, I will go tomorrow, the Utopias, the United for Transformation, the Organization for Inclusivity and Social Harmony. This is an amazing program with a lot of different transformation, 15 new centralities. I have a lot of difficulties for. This is, for example, the different new centralities to reuse the abandoned airplanes, abandoned boats for developing new open-air activities, new centralities. And today, we will develop in Mexico City, 22 million inhabitants, 100 new decentralized places. In Africa, in Sousse, the implementation for a middle city. In Australia, in Melbourne, in Busan, in South Korea, with the other mentality, very different, the development with the new economic, cultural model in this city. In China, 52 new cities in the way for implementing. In Scotland, as country. In ruralities in France, 5,000 inhabitants. In Poland, with my friend Arkadiusz Ptak. Thank you, Arkadiusz, for your commitment. And this is the amazing pioneer with his city that has applied this concept. It's really complicated to finish. This is Prešova. Okay, my friend Walter Olbrich, with the mayor of Łódź, with the brownfield, he received the double award in MIPIM for the transformation with the Frugia regeneration. This is the amazing program inspired by the 50-minute city in Poland. It's almost impossible to finish. Okay, just for finishing, we have created the Global Observatory of Sustainable Proximities. This is an organization composed of UN Habitat, UCLG, and my team for federating worldwide the different initiatives on proximities. We had in Paris in September 4th and 5th the first international conference on sustainable proximities. I want to invite to join this observatory of proximities as mayors, local governances, private sector, researchers, because this is a place for exchanging, for developing a global network, for continuing to develop this concept and the different implementations worldwide. Thank you so much.
You can stand there for a while. Maybe there will be some questions. Hopefully.
Without the slides.
Without the slides, yeah. But maybe you can put your headset once more if someone would like to pose a question in Polish. Szanowni Państwo.
As you may have guessed, we still have a few minutes for Q&A. If you have a question, whether about the presentation or the tools they used in Paris to build all that. We also have the mayor of Pleszew with us, so you can ask him about the development in Poland. Ask what does it take to succeed. So, any question you would like to ask?
English, but Professor Moreno, with the 15-minute city, are you getting any pushback from conspiracy theorists who think that the 15-minute city is a trap?
Yeah, thank you for your question, my friend. We lived a hard period in 2023 when we had, at the same time, in UK, in Edmonton, Canada, in Brazil, in Argentina, this wave of the conspiracy mongers related to the 15th concept will be an idea for reducing the physical movements of people. This was related to the new climate lockdown. We wanted to prepare people for having with the 15th city this climate lockdown. The idea that we wanted to control people with the vaccine for the COVID-19. We will have the zombie neighborhood, the zombie people. Okay. This was in 2023 a very complicated period because I received a lot of threats, death threats. Myself, my wife, my daughters. Unfortunately, we need to live under police protection for 6 months. It was so complicated. But at the same time, it was the virtual movement by the social networks. In the reality, for example, in Oxford or in other cities in UK, these conspiracy mongers created the participation in the elections, and the average of its score were 2%. And in reality, today this is no matter, because we have deployed this concept worldwide. When anyone says Moreno is the new Pol Pot, the new Hitler, the new Stalin, it's just very simple to go to Paris to observe the Olympic Games, the new centralities, our new places for walking, for biking, the local shops, the local commerce, cultural activities. But this is the same thing in a lot of places around the world. Right? This movement of the conspiracy mongers, in fact, has decreased by the reality of the concrete implementation of our concept. This is no matter a theoretical point.
Thank you very much.
Tutaj chyba pani była pierwsza.
Okay, I guess we have a question from the lady here. I think she was first.
Question in English, and the question is about the social aspects of proximity and the connection between intensity of interactions between people and those social interactions and the resilience of the neighborhood in case of any problems that may happen, because I think it would be useful to go more in depth into this.
Thank you. This is a very good question, and I want to underline the relevance of this question for mayors interested in to deploy concretely this concept in the different cities. The social interaction is one of the essential points for developing this humanistic concept based on a happy proximity. And you have three kinds of social interaction. The first one, the social interaction in the public space. For that, we need to regenerate our public space. This is the sense for transforming, for example, the roundabout. No more the roundabout for cars, but places for people. In Paris, we have the iconic 12 squares. Bastille, République, Opéra, Nation, Place de Catalogne. Today, each one of these roundabouts is no more a roundabout. This is a place for living, for having social interactions. The second point for the social interaction is the cultural activities, to offer a lot of different cultural proposals in all city. This is the sense of the different exhibitions, cinema and open air, the Nuit des Musées, the night of museum, the Nuit Blanche, the white nights, etc. We need to deploy lot of different cultural activities. And the first one, to develop more social interactions in the neighborhood. This is the sense for example, opening the schoolyard during the weekend, for offering this place for having social interaction. Why the schools? Because in France, in Paris, the school is free, is secular, and compulsory. And we have a school every 300 meters, 400 meters. And the school is a place for mixing the different social category of families, rich or poor. The school is the place for being mixed. When we have decided to open the school to open the schoolyard during the weekend, we have deployed these social interactions based on this social mixity. And we have deployed the street for kids. We will reinforce this sense of belonging, this sense of the social mixity, the social interaction. The common point of the three kinds of social interaction, in fact, is to fight against gentrification. We need to develop the social interaction based on social mixity, for avoiding to have the rich people with the social interaction just between rich people, the poor people, social interaction between poor people. We need to generate this social interaction. For this reason, this is really important to have an ambitious urban policy in social housing. The social housing is the most powerful vector for forcing the social mixity in the different districts. In the rich districts, to introduce social housing and to raise the quality of life of buildings with the social housing in the most poor places. Social interaction is one of the key for having a real success in the deployment of this kind of activity. In South America, for example, your question is a really very good question, because I was invited in permanence for opening a new 50-minute city district. In fact, this is in South America a new business model for revamping the condominium. The condominium are the closed districts with the same category of the population, just to base it on the income, the revenues. And the condominium is not really a place for generating social interactions. We need to develop this social interaction with social mixity.
Tak, tam jest jedno pytanie.
Thank you, Professor Moreno. A question, you propose a very human-centered vision for the city. At the same time, what is done is quite heavy structural change of a city. And I'm wondering if you could comment on how to reconcile the sort of top-down urban planning, political level with the community level, with the people participation in these processes, etc.
Yeah, this is a very good question, even a very good comment. My experience 10 years after with this concept is related to we need, in fact, two inputs. It's not enough to consider the political level without to consider the community level. For example, in Paris, this amazing transformation is totally related to the amazing role played by Anne Hidalgo as mayor. Hidalgo as mayor has embraced this concept in 2018. And she said in October 2018, she said, Carlos, I will take this concept for developing my next electoral campaign with the 50-minute city as the backbone of the new urban policy for the next mandate. Okay? Without Hidalgo, I think that it will be impossible, in fact, to deploy this concept. But this is not enough. We need, at the same time, to consider the involvement of citizen dwellers in each one of districts in order to join this movement, to change. The city of Paris has created the most ambitious participatory budget in the world. The budget of the city of Paris is 8 billion per year, 8 billion euros per year. And the participatory budget, it was until 20% of the budget. The participatory budget is in fact offered for the citizens for proposing very concrete projects in each one of districts and to vote. And the winner, in fact, are funded by the city. And we have this participatory budget for 10 years, I think. And this is the new kind of involvement. When you have impermanence every year, this is the moment for voting. This was the last week. We need to vote, you could propose the project, because the projects are not the individual projects. The project should be supported by an association. And this is a real amazing locomotive for the building. And we have a lot of different actions in this way. To open the schools, the schoolyard on the weekend. This is not an administrative decision. Even more, the director of the schools were in opposition of this measure, because this is more activities during the weekend for them. They were for using the schoolyard on the weekend for their family, etc. And instead of, we have a lot of activities that at the beginning, the director aren't really very, very happy with this measure. But this measure was totally supported by the parents, by the neighbors. That she said, well, I have an idea for the competition of the local gastronomy, the competition of food or the others. But we need, in fact, a political, strong ambition, and we need to be supported by a concrete mobilization people. And I want to introduce now a third input, the private sector, the economical sector, for turning the business model. Because we need to change the city for reinventing the city inside the city, no more in the outskirts, inside the city. And for that, we need to develop the multipurpose places for living. Instead of to have the single function buildings, we need to transform for regenerate our cities. And for that, we need the commitment of the private sector, of the real estate sector, for creating the local jobs, the local commerce, for generating the short circuits. We need the commitment of the private sector. This is, today, in my experience, the three pillars for this development.
Unfortunately, that was the last issue we are discussing for now. Szanowni Państwo, musimy...
Unfortunately, this is where we have to end. But some of you have the books, and you can ask for an autograph or buy a copy if you don't have one. And this is not the end of the forum. Now we have a break, and after the break we will talk about water in Berlin and Amsterdam, and probably about other things other than water. So please come back after the break. For now, a big round of applause to our speaker.
bo wszyscy jesteśmy dumni, że żyjemy w Wielkopolsce, europejskim regionie aktywnych ludzi.
What my heart was in for till you stepped into the room. And I didn't show, but I wanted to know everything I could about you. See, I'm just told the dreams were made to be believed in, so I put every single dream in you. But you set the bar so high above the sky, and you nailed it to the floor. 'Cause for some odd reason I don't believe in this one thing I adore. What is loving anymore? But you said the bar so high above the sky, and you nailed it to the floor. 'Cause for some odd reason I don't believe in this one thing I adore. What is loving anymore?
W InPost wierzymy, że dobre nawyki warto mnożyć. Dlatego stworzyliśmy kampanię edukacyjną Podaj dalej, mnożymy dobre nawyki. To kampania, która łączy edukację ekologiczną, lokalne działania i społeczne zaangażowanie, bo prawdziwa zmiana to impuls, który łączy zaangażowanie każdego z nas i rozprzestrzenia się jak fala. Zobaczcie, jak zachęcaliśmy do mnożenia dobrych nawyków w całym kraju.
Zorganizowaliśmy niecodzienną akcję rowerową. W Warszawie, Częstochowie, Krakowie, Rzeszowie i Wrocławiu rozdawaliśmy nasiona łąk kwietnych w podwójnych opakowaniach. Jedno dla Ciebie, drugie do podarowania dla bliskiej osoby. Bo idea szerzenia dobrych nawyków jest sercem naszego programu.
Do projektu dołączyła również Sylwia Majcher, dziennikarka i ekoedukatorka. Sylwia na swoim profilu na Instagramie dzieliła się poradami, jak w codziennym życiu pielęgnować dobre nawyki. Mogliśmy się dowiedzieć m.in. jak zakładać i prowadzić ogródki przydomowe, czy chociażby przetwarzać sezonowe owoce i warzywa.
O kampanii Podaj dalej mówiły media. Od lokalnych portali po ogólnopolskie serwisy. Patronat medialny nad kampanią objął portal Noise.
Ponadto w ramach kampanii przyznaliśmy granty edukacyjne dla 27 naszych miast partnerskich. W ramach nich nasze samorządy partnerskie mogły organizować inicjatywy edukacyjne, wydarzenia oraz spotkania. To dzięki nim wśród lokalnych społeczności promowaliśmy rolę zieleni w mieście, ale też ideę less waste i świadomego gospodarowania odpadami.
Ale to nie wszystko. Do akcji dołączyli również nasi pracownicy, którzy odwiedzili żłobki, przedszkola i szkoły. Wolontariusze i edukatorzy pokazywali, jak sadzić i dbać o łąki kwietne, rozmawiali o dobrych nawykach, a także o tym, jak dawać rzeczom drugie życie. Prawie 50 osób przeprowadziło lekcje dla blisko 1500 dzieci w 30 miejscowościach. Dodatkowo nasi pracownicy zasiali również wieloletnią łąkę kwietną przy oddziale w Jeleniej Górze.
Podaj dalej buduje zaangażowanie lokalnych społeczności, bo razem możemy więcej.
Najstarsze miasto w Polsce, stolica polskiego złota, chce być urzędem i jest urzędem na miarę XXI wieku, urzędem przyjaznym dla mieszkańców, ale i też urzędem przyjaznym cyfrowo. Przystąpiliśmy do pilotażu płatności w M-Obywatelu jako pierwsze miasto. Przyspiesza to pracę urzędu, dlatego chcemy iść dalej i poza tymi płatnościami w M-Obywatelu, płatnościami kartą, chcemy też wdrożyć wszystkie formularze elektroniczne. Dążymy do tego, żeby jak najmniej było papierologii, do tego, żeby nie odsyłać mieszkańca potem tradycyjny blankiet.
Regulowanie należności odbywa się często i coraz częściej bezgotówkowo. Daje nam to bezpieczeństwo, duży komfort, też takie poczucie nowoczesności obiektu. Uznajemy to za bardzo bezpieczne, bardzo wygodne, bardzo takie nowoczesne, a nasi mieszkańcy cieszą się, że mogą w ten sposób u nas korzystać z usług.
Cały czas jesteśmy gotowi na różne nowości technologiczne. Już w tym roku działa u nas w strefie płatnego parkowania możliwość płacenia bezgotówkowo. Chcemy, żeby ta codzienność odbywała się szybko, sprawnie, wygodnie, a przede wszystkim w sposób bezpieczny.
Jak się nie rozwijasz, to się cofasz. A przecież świat tak szybko idzie do przodu. Klienci mają coraz większe oczekiwania.
Dlatego jestem gotowy na zmiany. I oferuję im płatności bezgotówkowe.
Dołącz do tych, którzy zrobili już krok do przodu.
Tak dzisiaj brzmi biznes.
Sięgnij po terminal z programu Polska Bezgotówkowa za 0 zł i zyskaj więcej.
Tak jak drzewo, ty też potrzebujesz dobrych warunków, aby pięknie wzrastać. Dlatego dbamy o czyste powietrze wolne od smogu. O czystą wodę, wolną od zanieczyszczeń i ścieków. O czystą zieleń, nieskażoną odpadami. I o czystą, dobrą energię prosto z natury. Dbamy o dobry klimat dla ciebie i dla całej Polski. Narodowy Fundusz Ochrony Środowiska i Gospodarki Wodnej.
Jeszcze do niedawna w Urzędzie Miasta i Gminy w Jutrosinie jeden telefon przypadał na niecałych 4 urzędników.
Gmina Jutrosin postanowiła to zmienić, a IDEA dostała zadanie, by to wykonać.
Stworzyliśmy wirtualną centralę i dostarczyliśmy telefony, a także nowe laptopy i monitory dla pracowników. I to wszystko widać, chociaż zmieniło się wiele więcej. Zmodernizowaliśmy sieć informatyczną LAN, wdrożyliśmy oprogramowanie do backupu, dostarczyliśmy licencję do UTM-a urzędu, przeprowadziliśmy szkolenie z cyberbezpieczeństwa, bo pracownicy urzędu dbają o aktualizowanie wiedzy także w tym zakresie. Stworzyliśmy też wirtualne środowisko cloud. Nie, chmur nie widać, ale są, ale nie widać. A, wiem, chcesz pewnie zapytać?
Ile zajęło wdrożenie?
7 dni.
Ile?
Tak, tydzień.
Postawili
Bo wszyscy jesteśmy dumni, że żyjemy w Wielkopolsce, europejskim regionie aktywnych ludzi.
I didn't know what my heart was in for till you stepped into the room. And I didn't show, but I wanted to know everything I could about you. See, I was told the dreams were made to be believed in, so I put every single dream in you. But you set the bar so high above the sky, and you nailed it to the floor. 'Cause for some odd reason I don't believe in this one thing I adore. Wow. What is loving anymore? But you set the bar so high above the sky, and you nailed it to the floor. 'Cause for some odd reason I don't believe in this one thing I adore. What is loving anymore?
InPost wierzymy, że dobre nawyki warto mnożyć. Dlatego stworzyliśmy kampanię edukacyjną Podaj dalej, mnożymy dobre nawyki. To kampania, która łączy edukację ekologiczną, lokalne działania i społeczne zaangażowanie, bo prawdziwa zmiana to impuls, który łączy zaangażowanie każdego z nas i rozprzestrzenia się jak fala. Zobaczcie, jak zachęcaliśmy do mnożenia dobrych nawyków w całym kraju.
Zorganizowaliśmy niecodzienną akcję rowerową. W Warszawie, Częstochowie, Krakowie, Rzeszowie i Wrocławiu rozdawaliśmy nasiona łąk kwietnych w podwójnych opakowaniach. Jedno dla Ciebie, drugie do podarowania dla bliskiej osoby. Bo idea szerzenia dobrych nawyków jest sercem naszego programu.
Do projektu dołączyła również Sylwia Majcher, dziennikarka i ekoedukatorka. Sylwia na swoim profilu na Instagramie dzieliła się poradami, jak w codziennym życiu pielęgnować dobre nawyki. Mogliśmy się dowiedzieć m.in. jak zakładać i prowadzić ogródki przydomowe, czy chociażby przetwarzać sezonowe owoce i warzywa.
O kampanii Podaj dalej mówiły media. Od lokalnych portali po ogólnopolskie serwisy. Patronat medialny nad kampanią objął portal Noise.
Ponadto w ramach kampanii przyznaliśmy granty edukacyjne dla 27 naszych miast partnerskich. W ramach nich nasze samorządy partnerskie mogły organizować inicjatywy edukacyjne, wydarzenia oraz spotkania. To dzięki nim wśród lokalnych społeczności promowaliśmy rolę zieleni w mieście, ale też ideę less waste i świadomego gospodarowania odpadami.
Ale to nie wszystko. Do akcji dołączyli również nasi pracownicy, którzy odwiedzili żłobki, przedszkola i szkoły. Wolontariusze i edukatorzy pokazywali, jak sadzić i dbać o łąki kwietne, rozmawiali o dobrych nawykach, a także o tym, jak dawać rzeczom drugie życie. Prawie 50 osób przeprowadziło lekcje dla blisko 1500 dzieci w 30 miejscowościach. Dodatkowo nasi pracownicy zasiali również wieloletnią łąkę kwietną przy oddziale w Jeleniej Górze.
Podaj dalej buduje zaangażowanie lokalnych społeczności, bo razem możemy więcej.
Złotoryja, najstarsze miasto w Polsce, stolica polskiego złota, chce być urzędem i jest urzędem na miarę XXI wieku, urzędem przyjaznym dla mieszkańców, ale i też urzędem przyjaznym cyfrowo. Przystąpiliśmy do pilotażu płatności w M-Obywatelu jako pierwsze miasto. Przyspiesza to pracę urzędu, dlatego chcemy iść dalej i poza tymi płatnościami w M-Obywatelu, płatnościami kartą, chcemy też wdrożyć wszystkie formularze elektroniczne. Dążymy do tego, żeby jak najmniej było papierologii, do tego, żeby nie odsyłać mieszkańca potem tradycyjny blankiet.
Regulowanie należności odbywa się często i coraz częściej bezgotówkowo. Daje nam to bezpieczeństwo, duży komfort, też takie poczucie nowoczesności obiektu. Uznajemy to za bardzo bezpieczne, bardzo wygodne, bardzo takie nowoczesne, a nasi mieszkańcy cieszą się, że mogą w ten sposób u nas korzystać z usług.
Cały czas jesteśmy gotowi na różne nowości technologiczne. Już w tym roku działa u nas w strefie płatnego parkowania możliwość płacenia bezgotówkowo. Chcemy, żeby ta codzienność odbywała się szybko, sprawnie, wygodnie, a przede wszystkim w sposób bezpieczny.
Jak się nie rozwijasz, to się cofasz. A przecież świat tak szybko idzie do przodu. Klienci mają coraz większe oczekiwania.
Dlatego jestem gotowy na zmiany. I oferuję im płatności bezgotówkowe.
Dołącz do tych, którzy zrobili już krok do przodu.
Tak dzisiaj brzmi biznes.
Sięgnij po terminal z programu Polska Bezgotówkowa za 0 zł i zyskaj więcej.
Tak jak drzewo, ty też potrzebujesz dobrych warunków, aby pięknie wzrastać. Dlatego dbamy o czyste powietrze wolne od smogu, o czystą wodę wolną od zanieczyszczeń i ścieków, o czystą zieleń nieskażoną odpadami i o czystą, dobrą energię prosto z natury. Dbamy o dobry klimat dla ciebie i dla całej Polski. Narodowy Fundusz Ochrony Środowiska i Gospodarki Wodnej.
Jeszcze do niedawna w Urzędzie Miasta i Gminy w Jutrosinie jeden telefon przypadał na niecałych 4 urzędników.
Gmina Jutrosin postanowiła to zmienić, a IDEA dostała zadanie, by to wykonać.
Stworzyliśmy wirtualną centralę i dostarczyliśmy telefony, a także nowe laptopy i monitory dla pracowników. I to wszystko widać, chociaż zmieniło się wiele więcej. Zmodernizowaliśmy sieć informatyczną LAN, wdrożyliśmy oprogramowanie do backupu, dostarczyliśmy licencję do UTM-a urzędu, przeprowadziliśmy szkolenie z cyberbezpieczeństwa, bo pracownicy urzędu dbają o aktualizowanie wiedzy także w tym zakresie. Stworzyliśmy też wirtualne środowisko cloud. Nie, chmur nie widać, ale są, ale nie widać. A, wiem, chcesz pewnie zapytać?
Ile zajęło wdrożenie?
7 dni.
Ile?
Tak, tydzień.
Postawiliśmy na rozwój, innowacje i możliwość dalszych modernizacji. Kwota przeznaczona na projekt Cyfrowa Gmina jest inwestycją w bezpieczeństwo danych i sprawną komunikację między mieszkańcami a urzędem.
Projekt grantowy Cyfrowa Gmina w ramach programu operacyjnego Polska Cyfrowa na lata 2014-2020.
Szanowni Państwo, witamy po przerwie w części, w której...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome after the break, and hopefully we will now say in details how a 50-minute resilient city can come into being, and the common denominator here will be water. But if you read the information about our speakers, we will see that this is not only a water-centric perspective, but rather this is a series of speeches on the role of water in the city, and wondering how the water can become, I don't know, an attraction or something that enhances the quality of public space. And in a moment, we will have our first speaker, Friedrich, who is an engineer but also a traveler. She has traveled to many places outside of Europe where she follows water courses, and she will tell us about decentralized stormwater management in Berlin, challenging politics and participation. If you want to ask a question, please take a note. So we will have a Q&A session at the end of her speech. And the floor is yours. Chyba tylko wystarczy, że tutaj nacisnę, tak?
I will try after the introduction.
Bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenie. I tak już zostałam przedstawiona. Nazywam się Friedrich, jestem z Berlina i pracuję dla berlińskich wodociągów, odpowiedników poznańskiego Aquanetu. Chciałabym zacząć od problemów Berlina. Nie będę bardzo dużo się nad tym rozwodzić, ponieważ to jest bardzo specyficzne dla Berlina, ale można też to gdzieś tam zaadaptować w innych miastach. W tej chwili od początku lat 2000 mieliśmy bardzo duży wzrost populacji, ponieważ miasto stało się bardzo popularne i jego liczba mieszkańców bardzo gwałtownie wzrosła, a co za tym idzie zapotrzebowanie na wodę. 70% zapotrzebowania na wodę to są gospodarstwa domowe. Mówimy o wodzie gruntowej, ale również powierzchniowej, ponieważ mamy ogromną...
Then naturally comes back to the water cycle. At the same time, we also have the challenges of the end of coal mining, or of coal mining in general, because now all the coal mines get flooded, and by this less water, by surface waters like Spree River, comes to Berlin City. Then on top of this comes climate change, so increasing temperatures, but also more heat, droughts, storms and heavy rainfall events, which leads to huge more water, the need of water. And at the same time, what we see here in the middle below, for example, that a lot of trees, they suffer from less infiltration of water in the ground. And so we have to chop down, like every year, about 6,000 trees, which is a big problem because they are important for the city to be cooled down, for biodiversity and so on. And we have also an increase of urban sealing, which you see on the over here. But there you see different districts in Berlin, and in some districts, mainly in the inner part of the city, you have about 70 to 80% of surfaces which are sealed, which then mostly where the runoff goes into the sewer system and gets flushed away. So how is the stormwater management originally made in Berlin? We have two different kinds of sewer systems. So the one in the city center, which is for a lot of cities valid, I don't know how it's for Poznań, but maybe you can tell me later, that we have a combined sewer system in the city center, which you see as light green in the middle, which is the historically old one, where the stormwater is collected together with the household wastewater. and then goes in the direction of the wastewater treatment plants. Here we have the challenge that due to the increasing ceiling in the city, every time it rains inside Berlin, there comes an overflow of the wastewater into the surface water. It was interesting because before it was also talked about Seine River in Paris. I know that with the Olympic Games it was also a problem that people were swallowing the water, and because of diarrhea that the Olympic swimmers had problem. This would be the same in Berlin because the wastewater just goes into the surface waters. Then we have the separate sewer system, which was then mostly built after the Second World War, where the household wastewater goes to the wastewater treatment plants, and the rainwater goes in a separate system to the surface waters. There we have also the ecological problem that everything that comes from the streets and so on, it just goes untreated into the surface water. We had like a program in Berlin, which was now cut completely, where it was about how to treat centrally the rainwater before it goes to the surface waters. But due to cuts, it's not happening now anymore. So what is an additional challenge due to this is here you see, for example, the ceiling degree, that the highest ceiling you have in the city center, of course. Besides, there are some big parks, but it's high ceiling up to 90 to 100%. Which automatically reflects in the urban heat map. So in Berlin, you can, in summer times, for example, the maximum temperature difference between the inside part of the city and the outside part is 11 degrees, so which is a lot. And we have more than 200 people dying every year because of heat. And in the last years, between 2018 and 2023, there was the drought years. There it was above 400 people dying every year of heat, and usually it's not talked about that much. It's more people dying because of heat than of traffic accidents. So another challenge that we talked about already is the increasing combined sewer system overflow, and by this the water degradation. And we have also the flood risks in the inside part of the city, which means because the sewer system that we have, it's only the size is only calculated for a rainfall event that happens every 5 years. But now we have heavy rainfall events which come every 30 years, every 100 years. So it's much more heavy rains coming. And in 2017, we had in Berlin a heavy rainfall event that happens every 100 years. And so there was flooding all over Berlin, even though the topography of Berlin is not as in some other parts, as in Valencia or other parts. So because it's much more flat, but nevertheless the infrastructure means that the water cannot be channeled away but comes out. So we have the challenge of, on the one side, too much water, on the other side, too little water. And I guess most of you know the concept of Sponge City already, but I want to talk about how this was implemented into Berlin politics. But first, to start again with the vision of Sponge City Berlin. So this is the response. It's the aim to have climate impact adaptation, which means to reduce the surface runoff, but instead to retain the water and to utilize it in order to substitute drinking water where it's not needed, but also to evaporate it to increase the cooling inside the city. And also to infiltrate it in the ground to improve groundwater recharge. In Berlin, the first time that the concept of, it was not named Sponge City back then, but it was named water sensitive planning, was in 2016. There was a coalition agreement of the Berlin politics where it was said Berlin must develop its city water sensitive because of climate impact adaptation, but also because of the water degradation due to the overflows of the combined sewer system. Then there were other coalition agreements, and the last one of 2023 was also there were always specific measurements named, and this time it was to do a feasibility on the long-term disconnection of areas from the combined sewer system. So it's always the focus on the combined sewer system, but also to develop an unsealing and decoupling program, and also to support the landscape water balance, but also small water bodies, because they also suffer from less water going to the surface waters. And also the strengthening of the Rainwater Agency. I skipped this before because Rainwater Agency was then formed after 2016, because in 2016 it was the first time as one concrete measurement it was said that the Berlin Rainwater Agency should be established, and I will talk later about what we are doing and why it's important what we are doing. Besides the political aim, also on the administration side, there was in 2018, so at the same time when Berlin Rainwater Agency was found, there was a regulation that said always when you build new, so you're not allowed to discharge the rainwater anymore into the sewer system. There's like slight differentiation depending on if you're in the inner part of the city, in the combined sewer system, in the separate sewer system. But the idea is to have an orientation on the natural runoff, so about 2 liters per second and hectare until 10, depending on what water, if it's like a big river you're bringing the water to, or a smaller one. This was later then tightened, that, for example, in the combined sewer system, now if there's new building, if you have like new houses being built, or if there's like an intense change, like if you want to do like another level on your roof, for example, then you're not allowed anymore to discharge the water into the sewer system. And only in the separate sewer system, it's what I said, orientated on the natural runoff. You can, under certain circumstances, you can put the water into the sewer system. So the idea is that you always have to manage the rainwater that falls on your property. And this, you can choose what measurements you take. It depends on what is feasible on your property and what makes sense. So, for example, in the inside part of the city, you mostly want the evapotranspiration for the cooling, but on the outskirts, mostly people do infiltration in the ground, for example. But it always depends on the property, and this is not only valid for private properties, but also for public properties, which is very important. So, what are sponge city elements? I guess most of you know them already, but I will summarize them again. It can be at the building, for example, green roofs, so that you keep some water already on the roofs, so that the plants on the roof can evapotranspirate the water. It can be also combined with solar systems, or you have greenery on the facades. And it's also important to say it's not only about the politics and the administration, but also on the financing, because in Berlin there was a pot established for financing. So if people on already existing properties decide to do these things, they get funding by the Berlin Senate. So the city government pays for this, because otherwise we don't get this into action. Other measurements which are on the property might be, for example, we see like bioswales, which is like the easiest thing, where you see, for example, the water coming from the roof and going into these swales where the water can retain and then infiltrate in the ground. Or also bigger trench systems if you have less space, that you have like underground trenches where bioswales can be above and then the trench systems below, so that more water can be kept and then infiltrate in the ground. To the right, we also see like boxes for storing the water, so that you can use it afterwards, like being it for inside the building, for example, for flushing the toilets, for using for the laundry, but also like on smaller scales, what you see below, just to water the plants. And this was also a big step to take in Berlin, was always to put like these rain barrels in the public space. And it also always depends, because in Berlin we have like 12 different districts, and each district has different administration and different politics. So sometimes it's very difficult to do the orientation among the people, but also the politics of each district is different. So, for example, with the rain barrels, we have now 5 of 12 districts, which allow people to put the rain barrels in public spaces. But this was a long process to go. And this is also very important, because it comes from the roof of private property, then goes to public land, but to also use it in public land, for example, to water the trees in the street. And other easier solutions are also to have like permeable surface ceilings, what you see below, where you can put bicycles, where you don't know complete sealing is needed, because sometimes we see in the city that things are just completely sealed, even though it's not possible. Then in public spaces, to the left we see like a multifunctional space, which is like a bioswale, which can keep every like 100-year rainfall event, but at the same time it can be also used for people to be there, to have some shade, so for the public people. And then in the middle, I don't know what the word is in English, but it's like a, it's also to bring the water in to infiltrate it in the ground, and also combination with trees, for example. So these examples that I just named, they were in new built areas. And what is also important to say, we, especially in, like as I said, the biggest pressure is in the inside part of the city. But in the inside part of the city, it's there's not so much space anymore. Like everything is sealed, everything is built already. So we also have creative solutions of different districts, how they deal with their problems. So for example, to the left, this is what we see in some districts more and more often, because we always have these squares around the trees where some water can infiltrate in the ground, but usually you see the roots coming out everywhere, so that the concrete comes out and so on. And very often it's a decision, do we chop down the tree or do we unseal the ground below? Because of course the tree won't survive like this. So many districts do this, like for example here it was just on the sideways that they decided to unseal some pavement, but at the same time very often it's also this thing about competition with parking lots, which is always a big thing in Berlin. I mean, I guess it's in all cities, always the competition with parking and with space for private cars, because very often it's needed that they take away 2 or 3 parking lots so that there's more space for the trees. In the middle, we see also an example which was established a few years ago. It's called Green Gully, which means to unseal the area around the gully. So below there is like the combined sewer system, like the sewer, the pipe, and the district decided to be creative because the street has like this shape, it goes all into this direction, but to unseal around and to have it a little bit deeper, so always when it rains the water goes there, infiltrates, and only if it's a heavy rainfall event it overflows into the sewer system. So sometimes it's not that cost intense, and in this case we also calculated that for about 5% of the surface that was unsealed, 80% of the water could be infiltrated in the ground and not go into the sewer system, and by that into the surface waters with the household wastewater. What we also have very much in the district is often the thing about maintenance and who has capacities and the money for maintenance if you unseal the street. And to the right we have the example of another district again, where they unsealed the water and made like contracts with neighbors. So they involved the people in the neighborhood and asked, because they said, okay, we cannot take care of the spots, someone needs to take care. And so the neighbors said, okay, we take care. So they made individual contracts with people. And it's really, if you once go to Berlin, it's in Graefestraße in Berlin-Kreuzberg. It's a very nice district. It's very impressive to walk there. So to shortly talk about Berlin Rainwater Agency, that you understand what this idea is from. As I said, the first time it was in the Berlin Coalition Agreement of the Berlin Politics, it was written down that a rainwater agency should be found, because very often there are technical and non-technical solutions for things. But the problem is to implement them and then to find out what is the need, why it doesn't go further. And so there, as an initiative of the Berlin Environmental Administration and the Berliner Wasserbetriebe, which is like the public water service company, we were found, and so we get financed by them. And we are like an interdisciplinary team So we are, as me, environmental engineers, but also urban planners, landscape architects, and ecologists, because we realize that it always needs different perspectives on what it needs. Because very often I don't know that much about urban planning processes, and my colleague doesn't know that much about specific engineering solutions, so it's very important to always bring our knowledge together. So, and what we are doing, so the good thing is, because we get financed by the Berlin Senate and Berliner Wasserbetriebe, is that we can offer services for free, which is very, very important to get things into action. And the first thing is, what we are doing is consultancy for free. So if people, like we are people from Berlin, they can always come to us. It doesn't matter if it's like private people, if it's investors, if it's like people working in the offices. Everyone can come to us and can say, I want to, or I need to do something else with rainwater on my property. What can I do? And then we have to always look on the property, what can be solutions, and check on technical, what is, for example, if there is, because we have very different kind of soils all over the city, so we need to check the infiltration rates, we need to see if there's like toxic substances, and we have a lot of geodata that we can use for this. So we have a very good overview over the city, but we always need to look on each property and to check how much water will fall there, where it can go, and what might be the best solution, and what is also feasible, and how they can also, how they can also find solutions which they can pay. So I think this is very important, because sometimes it's not. They don't need to go to engineering offices. They can just come to us, and then they found it's a very easy solution. And otherwise, would have gone to office. Yeah, so it's an easier process for people. Sometimes it's the problem, or it's not a problem. I think it's very nice, but sometimes, from my perspective, it's very sad, because they're coming people from all over Germany that want to do the consultancy, but we cannot do this. And because we always have to say, okay, we get paid by the city of Berlin, but try to take action that also in your part of Germany you can get finance, and this will be done. Additionally, we also support urban development processes from the beginning, to always have a look on that if there are new areas built, to check if rainwater is thought about from the beginning, because you need to keep different spaces for the infiltration in the ground, for example. And with the conventional way, it's not thought about it. It's like, oh, you just connect it to a pipe and then it's gone. But no, so we need to be inside the processes from the beginning. We also have an information platform where you can calculate how big the storage capacities should be, or how cost intense certain measurements will be. Or we organize dialogues and moderation between different stakeholders. And every 3 months we also do a free training where we see these topics are important for Berlin at the moment. For example, the last one was about heavy rainfall events and how people can protect their properties, but also, for example, about biodiversity, about civil engagement. So we are kind of, you see us, we are kind of in the middle, I have sometimes the feeling, and connecting different stakeholders like the Senate or the district administration, but also public institutions, but also planning offices, or housing companies, private people, but also the civil society. So a lot of people come to us, and we are trying to connect the topics. I have 7 minutes to go, so I just go briefly through some Sponge Cities projects, just some examples, mainly new build areas. So for example, here on the left side, you see this is a school in Berlin-Prenzlauer Berg. It's a district, and before it looked like a desert, and then they decided, okay, we need to do something differently, and then some landscape architects did the planning on how they do it with green roofs, but also with these steps that you take. But so there are different measurements that can be combined with each other. Then there's the example of this also new build area. It's called Freudenberger Weg. They used a combination of green roofs, but also infiltrate the water that comes from the roof, that is like the overflow that is not completely managed on the roof into bioswales. And what is also interesting there, that they used like these stones, they are water permeable, for example, so that the water can go through the stones and also infiltrate in the ground. And also very often it's about the firefighters, how they can have space in certain areas, how it can be implemented. And for example, to the left, you see that they also used elements where nevertheless there's space between the stones so that water can infiltrate. This is a very old example for Berlin. It was planned and built in the 1990s. And for us, it's always, if you once come to Berlin, it's always a good place to go to make a tour around this neighborhood, because it shows since 25 years that it's working in Berlin. And it's almost, not completely, but almost completely, the water is managed in public land and on the private properties. And you can find different elements. I also brought this project idea where we are currently supporting a lot, which is like cross-property projects, which is also important because very often you have properties which have a high ceiling degree but don't have place to infiltrate in the ground or to have like green roofs. And here, it's important to always utilize to use the opportunities on properties if there is the possibility. And here it's about, there's a park, it's called Preußen Park on the left, and then this whole area over here, it's like a public building of the Berlin Senate, which should be renovated so that the water from the one property can go to the other property, because they cannot manage it completely on their own, on their property. And there we also have like some examples already, but it's in the first steps, how these contracts can look like, so where's the point of handing over the water, who's in charge of what, and so on. So, and this is what we're realizing very often. We have to see where are already anyways construction measurements taken, and to use these spots to not to unseal the ground, do the reparation, and then to seal it again, but to use these things to do things new. So, yes. Thank you. I was very quick. If you have questions, just ask.
Ja mam taką propozycję.
I have a suggestion. Why don't we put down all the questions after the two speeches, because the following speech is going to be also about water.
Maybe we will combine the questions after the two of your talks, because they are on a similar subject, and maybe somehow we will get a nice combo of them then. Okay, so. Chciałem długo wprowadzać naszą gościnę, ale jak widzicie nie będę...
I actually wanted to make an introduction for our guests, but we have no time for that. So let me just say that Sacha wrote something very interesting in her bio. Civil servant with a mission, innovator, podcast producer, advisor, and storyteller.
As a storyteller, I think, as you describe yourself, just try to start your story to tell. So, no i posłuchamy też o wodzie, ale tym razem w Amsterdamie.
Yes, we'll be listening to the story of water in Amsterdam.
I was wondering, we're a good audience, because I see some people 32 and less. Yeah, who feels themselves 32 or less? Enough people? Because that's Generation Z, and my presentation is probably especially for you. But first, an honor to be here, of course, in front of all of us and at this vibrant group, because we're here as city change makers, and we believe something very simple yet powerful, and that's that we can change our cities and make it happen, make it the better place to live. And as Carlo mentioned first, it all starts at home. seeing all these beautiful examples. So, at events like this, we always like to talk about the future. But for the people of Generation Z, this will be their future. It is the future they will live in. And we already live in a time of crisis. Climate change, war, social fragmentation, technological disruption. Modern life often carries a paralyzing feeling that the problems are too fast, too urgent, and perhaps too late to solve. And philosophers call this also a bit the despair of modernity, but also point us towards its antidote, reconnecting with enduring values that we have carried humanity on for centuries: community, stewardship, and trust. In that sense, innovation is not just about fixing problems. It is about preparing our cities for new times and challenges. And with timeless principles at the center of innovation, and especially in Europe, we can put our own values in the center of innovation. Our cities will not only become smarter, but also more humane and more resilient. If I do things right, you will walk away with knowing three things: new roles, trust, and water, and how that matters for the future that we share. But first, some details about my city, Amsterdam. The capital of the Netherlands. You've probably been there once. It's famous for its channels. But we're also a small world city, as we like to be. 850,000 inhabitants, over 25 million tourists annually, and also 300,000 daily visitors. And we have also... Oh? Yes! 1,615 bridges, 28 million square meters of pavements, 370,000 trees, 100,000 bicycle racks, for we have been in Amsterdam, you have probably noticed one. And we also have some ambition. We want to build new houses, but also become a climate neutral and climate adaptive city and a circular city by 2050. And that's why we have to innovate our socks off. Because we do have the examples, but we don't have the scale-ups yet. So, we usually see our cities as being policy makers. But a city and a city government is different from a national government or a European level of government. We are here to stay, and we are here to protect our cities. It's very local based. We have a very large physical component because we're actually located on a certain spot here on Earth. And for Amsterdam, climate change is a threat. But still, our city don't have legs, so it can't walk away. We have to solve it where we are. And in that case, the way we maintain our city, the way we maintain our own urban assets matters. It's actually a very large investment because we are not only spending over approximately 400 million euros annually to keep it the way it is, but it's also our call to the industry. If we ask the industry, well, just do it for the cheapest price, we will never make this transition towards an energy neutral city, because how can they innovate as long as we purchase only for the lowest price and the baddest materials you can ever try of or think of? So that's what we did, also for our real estate, and we own some, not that much actually. We have some social estates, schools, things like that. And we are a landowner, pastures, we have them too actually. We acquired some farmhouse too. And we own sport pitches for the city. So this all combines is a portfolio of only maintenance costs of $500 million annually. So what happens if we buy and purchase differently? There's actually no governmental law, there's absolutely no regulation, even not on a European level, that you're not able to maintain your city well. That's the idea. The idea is that we can only buy if we spend as less as possible, but that's not true. You can buy on value, and value-driven procurement is the basis of the innovation program we have in Amsterdam. So what is called the Future-Proof Asset Program. And then you can see the transformation of cities is not that easy, because you have the current organization and they're probably used to the current way of working. They know the materials they are working with. They know the way they speak to contractors. They know the way they purchase. So we said, for the overall part, keep it the way it is. But only in the 10% of the time, you do extraordinary things. And we have a value-driven approach, even within our procurement. So that's the starting point. And what you then see, usually when we talk about technological improvement, it's about a technology readiness level. In the mind from, can a new product enter the market? At 10 they can. But it's not only the way, it's also about the way we have organized our economic model, our social model, our governmental model. And everything is part of the innovation process that's altogether the Future-Proof Asset Program. And of course, we like to collaborate, because as a city, we are part of the Euro Delta, and that's a very large area, highly dense with 45 million people, and it's also part of the rivers that flow from the Alp River. So what can we do with other cities to combine it, to have grant programs, to have innovation programs? Because collaboration between cities is elementary to get new grants from the European Union. So, well, working over the years, I've had the chance to work on many innovative projects. Some have failed quickly and others have changed the game. But if I had to do it all over again, I would like to know that innovation is never happening alone. It is a dance of that triple helix. But how do you connect to companies as a civil servant? And how do you connect to knowledge institutes? How do we get in each other's rhythm, for instance? Then you need something special. You need to have trust. So what I'm going to introduce to you is 4 roles of innovation that I think are elementary, and a 5th, well, I would say it's more a force of innovation. So let's start with the role. The first one is the initiator. This is the person who dares to start, who sees the problem, feels it deeply, and says, this can't wait. Without, nothing happens. And then we have the inventor, the creative mind, the one who imagines a different way, a new idea, a fresh concept. The inventor gives us the what we are going to do. And next comes the builder, the hands and the heart, the one who says, let me try, test and build. The builder brings the how. Finally, we have the legitimizer, the respected voice, the one with the platform, who says, this matters, I will support it. And they create the space where the innovation is allowed to grow. But here's the truth. Even with all 4 of them present, it still often doesn't work. Why? Because they speak different languages, policy, science, tech, engineering, money. They move at different speeds and rhythms, and they each have different stakes. So who keeps them moving? And that's where the 5th role comes in. The force that binds everything, the mediator of innovation. Sometimes a coach, sometimes a connector, sometimes a referee, but always the guardian of trust. Because trust, that's the real currency of innovation. And it can't be bought, it can't be downloaded or forced. I think I'm first. Yeah. The initiator needs to trust the inventor that the inventor will come up with something meaningful. And the inventor needs to trust the legitimizer to protect. The inventor needs to trust the builder to stay true to the idea. And on his hand, the builder needs to trust the legitimizer to protect and promote the work. And the legitimizer needs to trust all other trees aren't just playing games, but building something real. With trust, people stop defending their territory. They share, they listen, they move, they create value together. Trust is not a new invention. It is as old as the first communities that gathered around rivers, building their future together centuries ago. And the beauty of trust lies in the ability to foster co-innovation and co-creation. Not perfect, but beautiful, because it's adaptive, comprehensive, and impactful. And that's where the matching begins. Now, you might think, if we have this group together, where do we start? But I already showed you the picture. We start with water. And that's not a metaphor. It's practical. It's systematic entry point to build cities that are truly resilient. Water touches everything, as also Berlin showed. Touches climate, touches health, touches public space, food, nature, energy, and even data and AI can't work without water. So it's not a detail. Water is the design principle of our cities. So let me show you what happened when we built with water by two bold experiments from Amsterdam that started exactly this way. The first is urban photosynthesis. At the Manora building in Amsterdam, we asked a radical value-driven question. Can a building behave like nature? And not just the roof, but the whole building. The initiators want to do more than the green. The inventors came up with the beautiful idea, reuse water not once, but 3 times. First for showering, then for irrigation, and finally for evaporating, cooling to solar panels. And the builders translated this, of course, technically sound and aesthetically beautiful, and the legitimizers supported it to bring it to life.
Om te zorgen dat Amsterdam leefbaar en veilig blijft voor alle Amsterdammers, is het nodig dat we ons aanpassen aan het veranderend klimaat. Ook daken van gebouwen lenen zich hier uitstekend voor.
Bij Amenouri onderzoeken we een integraal concept om gebouwen te vergroenen. We zuiveren en hergebruiken douchewater en we onderzoeken hoe een goed verdampend blauw-groen dak de opbrengst van zonnepanelen verhoogt door deze te koelen.
Met al deze beplanting helpt het gebouw zichzelf en de zonnepanelen koelen en creëert het een prettige leefomgeving voor de bewoners, gebaseerd op de natuurlijke kringloop van het opvangen, opslaan en hergebruik van water op locatie.
But how do we do this exactly? The roofs, balconies and roof garden are covered with a diverse range of plant species and are supplied with water from a buffer layer that lies underneath the soil. We research whether the solar panels installed above the plants generate more electricity than the solar panels placed on a standard black roof, due to the cooling caused by the evaporation of water by the plants. Because a lot of water is needed for the plants during dry periods, the shower water from the apartments is also collected, filtered and returned to the highest roof, from where it flows to all the roofs and balconies to replenish the water storage for irrigation. Manuri consists of 2 identical buildings, which is ideal for full-scale comparative research. We compare the amount of solar energy generated on the blue-green roof versus a standard blacktop roof. The water filtration properties of a rooftop wetland compared to a biomembrane reactor water treatment system in the basement. and a fully computer-controlled water management system compared to a more passive system based on natural overflows and gravity. The results of this study are now more important than ever.
Met project Urban Photosynthesis op gebouw Menori laten we zien dat met een krachtige en oprechte samenwerking innovatie werkelijkheid wordt. Geen kwestie van of, maar en. Met dit project willen we laten zien dat het maken van een blauw-groen dak met zonnepanelen haalbaar is en dat het een relevante bijdrage levert aan de klimaatadaptatie van de stad. En we hopen hiermee de industrie aan te moedigen soortgelijke stappen te maken.
So what we now have is a living building that cleans water, cools its surrounding, supports biodiversity and inspires the world. Not huge, but real. Not symbolic, but working. A glimpse of how we could design value-driven cities that give back, not just take. Another example. This is the TKI City Sports. And we asked a similar question. Can a turf pitch contribute to climate change? And so we designed, reimagined actually the whole idea of a pitch. Usually it asks a lot of water, and what we did, we put underneath a smart water system, but the same actually as we did on Menori. It catches the rain, it stores it, and releases it when it's hot and dry. And what then happens is to have a sport pitch that will become 70 degrees normally, especially artificial turf sport pitches, 70, and we lowered it down until in the movie.
En we zoeken eigenlijk steeds vernieuwing in het product sport. En met name de sportvelden. Voor ons is het TKI-project van groot belang. Omdat wij hier veel met sport bezig zijn, maar ook naar vernieuwingen zoeken. De gemeente Amsterdam die heeft meegedaan omdat wij eigenlijk zoeken naar oplossingen voor de stad. Wat wij veroorzaken met kunstgrasvelden is gewoon dat het te warm wordt. Dus we hebben echt gezocht naar opties en mogelijkheden om dat op te gaan lossen. Het mooie aan het TKI-project is dat je samenwerkt met productontwikkelaars, onderzoekers en eindgebruikers. Daardoor hebben we eigenlijk een hele mooie keten kunnen maken van labonderzoek, proefvelden op het marineterrein en uiteindelijk een bijna full-scale kunstgrasveld bij Laan van Spartaan.
Toen het TKI-project Citysport werd opgezet, was het voor ons allereerst natuurlijk belangrijk om een koelend kunstgrasveld te creëren. En daarbij was het voor ons erg belangrijk om een kunstgrasveld te ontwikkelen wat ook daadwerkelijk voldoet aan alle normen van de sportbonden. Wij wilden een alternatief vinden die gezonder zou zijn voor de sporter en de stad.
Het hele concept is dat we water wat dus opgeslagen is, dus regenwater wat in die bergingslaag is gevallen, dat dat door capillaire opstijging weer terugkomt uiteindelijk bij het oppervlak. Nou, daar zitten dus allerlei stapjes tussen en daar moet contact zijn. Die capillaire nalevering via de rug van de mat naar de invul van de mat, dat was eigenlijk een hele grote vraag van gaat dat wel goed?
Het marineterrein is uitvoerig getest op verdamping. Dat systeem is vervolgens in het laboratorium bij Kiwa Isasport uitvoerig getest op de sporttechnische eigenschappen. Je wil natuurlijk niet alleen maar een veld creëren dat koelt, maar het moet ook qua sporttechnische eigenschappen voldoen. En toen dat door de keuring kwam, is dat trainingsveld geïnstalleerd bij Laan van Spartaan in Amsterdam.
We
We kwamen vanuit 70 graden warmte, stress. En het bleek dat we nu eigenlijk terug waren gekomen tot het afkoelen van zo'n veld. Wat bijna hetzelfde is als een natuurgrasveld. En dat is natuurlijk een ideaal eindresultaat.
En het is natuurlijk fantastisch om te zien dat door de resultaten die we hebben behaald binnen dit project er inmiddels een sportveld is gerealiseerd in Londen op een dak, maar zelfs helemaal in Japan een trainingsveld met dezezelfde technologie. En dat is waar we het voor doen.
So what we now have is a field that cools, again, the surrounding while kids just keep playing football. And it didn't stop in Amsterdam. We made it the standard that all our turf sport pitches, and we have over 500, are all cooling elements for the city. And we now have a new tender procedure with new technique. But the same technique we have developed through and through is now also underneath natural grass. And these natural grass pitches are a new standard for Olympic stadiums here everywhere in the European Union, but also the winning field of the World Games next year in LA. The players will play on exactly the same field, but then with natural grass. And in Japan, it became the new standard. So what you see is the same rules and an evolving process. In the end, it's just simple, joyful, and powerful. So let me bring it all together. When we have an initiator to push the start, an inventor to imagine, a builder to realize, a legitimizer to protect, and a mediator to cultivate trust, and we use our urban assets as a space for experimenting, like turning facades into a living ecosystem, or a pitch which is a bit neglected into an area for movement, encounter, and joy. And when we combine it in a bold, beautiful idea around water, an idea becomes a plan becomes a prototype becomes a really working thing, something that people can touch, use, and believe in. And once people truly believe that something better is possible, scaling begins. Not because somebody forces it, but because people want it to grow. And that's the fundament of how real change is happening. Then we build the future from the ground up, building resilient cities step by step. So what does this mean for us as city leaders, innovators, and citizens? It means that resilience will not come from technology alone. It requires us to rediscover the strength of trust, water, and shared purpose. The future of cities is not about abandoning the past, but it's about weaving timeless values into new forms. So let us together move from disaster to resilience, not only by building smarter cities, but by nurturing the most ancient and powerful force we have, trust. So let me call on you. When you go home and you work on your next idea for the future, remember, trust doesn't just happen. It takes dedication, it takes time, it takes energy, but it gives you back in joy, value, strength, and scale. And remember, it is never a solo act. Being innovative in your city is a living practice. It's between roles, between disciplines, and also between generations. So to the youngest ones here today, you are never too young to lead, because you bring the urgency, the creativity, and the courage we all need in every process. It are the young ones who are still daring to make mistakes, to take bold actions, to don't give up if it doesn't go the way you want it right away. And that's inspiring others. But also for the older generation, there's a role. From our function, from our network, we know the bypasses to change the system. So you're never too old to help younger people in achieving their goals. It actually should be part of our roles. So let's start with trust, let's build with water, and let's never forget who we are doing this for. Because when we do, we can build resilient cities. And that is where at the end, the magic begins. Thank you.
Thanks. Dziękuję za...
Thank you. Thank you for both presentations. We have a handful of questions. I don't know if you've noticed, but both speakers spoke about the role of city authorities.
Put up your headsets on, because not all of them may be in English, so be prepared.
I have a question to both panelists, actually two questions. One is connected to resilience of the city and the fact that we need to lower dependence on external resources to increase the resilience. And those resources are also food, water, energy, and already part of this solution I've seen in combination of producing energy and greenery on the roofs. But I wanted to ask about urban farming and the role of urban farming, if you can see it. And the second question is about competition between transport and blue-green infrastructure. Because even if we think about redesigning transport, we sometimes switch highways for cars to highways for bicycles, to still thinking in this pattern of speed and fast commuting between places, and sometimes and it's still concrete and it's still excluding greenery. And we know that for cyclists in the heat-up city, when there's a heat wave, it's even dangerous to cycle when there's no shade. So, answers to that.
Yeah, shall I first start? Well, I can start with the pavement side, because that's a bit my stuff. And what we do is ask, indeed, this extraordinary value-driven question. So, okay, if we need pavement and we can't replace it by green, can we have pavement that absorbs the water and gives it back in warm times? What is the industry's reaction to that? So we have now several streets, and it's called a large program, The New Street, in which we do research together with Technical University of Delft and our Agricultural University of Wageningen, in which we test new materials, biomaterials, but also new ways of stones and pavements and how we lay them so that they can absorb the water and give it back in times of warmth. That is what is helping. Heat has two components. So one is the influx and is warming up the air. Then you get heat stress in a city. And the other one is if you don't have shade. So both combinations are made there where we can't remove the pavement. Because also you have disabled people, people in wheelchairs. You can't get rid of all the stones and pavements. That's not how it works. But you can make it more functional.
Yeah, I also showed one picture of this permeable pavement. Like, this is the only neighborhood I know from Berlin where it's used. But I know that there are very different opinions on this, and also that there was, at least in Berlin, there was research done on this, and it's also like up to the planners, not known until at which point the pavement gets blocked and so on, and how much of generation it needs. So I cannot say that much about this. But at the same time, I totally agree. Like, I mean, the thing is, this is why we, at least in Berlin, we have so many trees, and We want them to stay, and this is also why these measurements are taken, that more water can infiltrate and that the trees can survive. Because, as I said, like in Berlin, there are about 6,000 trees that get chopped down every year. And also when new trees are put there, it takes a long time until they give shade. So I think the first challenge is like try to keep the trees that we have, because it's the same. It's the cooling, it's the giving shade, and so on. Yes. So I don't know if this answers your question, but I think this is the one thing in the already existing neighborhoods. In the new built neighborhoods, it's the thing that also in public streets there is no sewer built anymore. So there are also these bioswales where the water comes from the streets, goes to the swales, and infiltrates in the ground. So this also gives a certain cooling, at least, in the streets. And it's also like, because in the one district that I named about, that was established 25 years ago, there was also a lot of research done about the combination of bioswales and trees, so that bioswales can be next to trees or partly inside the bioswale, so they can benefit from the water that infiltrates in the ground.
Szanowni Państwo, czy jeszcze są jakieś pytania?
Okay, do we have any other questions? I'm asking it this way because I don't want you to ask those questions really, because it's the break time already. But after the break, we will have a few more examples from outside Poland. We will hear from Taiwan. So please be back in 30 minutes. And now a big round of applause for the two speakers.
Bo wszyscy jesteśmy dumni, że żyjemy w Wielkopolsce, europejskim regionie aktywnych ludzi.
But I wanted to know everything I could about you. See, I was told the dreams were made to be believed in, so I put every single dream in you. But you said the bar so high above the sky, and you nailed it to the floor. 'Cause for some odd reason I'm done believing in this one thing I adore. Wow. What is loving anymore? But you said the bar so high above the sky, and you nailed it to the floor. 'Cause for some odd reason I'm done believing in this one thing I adore. What is loving anymore?
Post wierzymy, że dobre nawyki warto mnożyć, dlatego stworzyliśmy kampanię edukacyjną Podaj dalej, mnożymy dobre nawyki. To kampania, która łączy edukację ekologiczną, lokalne działania i społeczne zaangażowanie, bo prawdziwa zmiana to impuls, który łączy zaangażowanie każdego z nas i rozprzestrzenia się jak fala. Zobaczcie, jak zachęcaliśmy do mnożenia dobrych nawyków w całym kraju.
Zorganizowaliśmy niecodzienną akcję rowerową. W Warszawie, Częstochowie, Krakowie, Rzeszowie i Wrocławiu rozdawaliśmy nasiona łąk kwietnych w podwójnych opakowaniach. Jedno dla Ciebie, drugie do podarowania dla bliskiej osoby. Bo idea szerzenia dobrych nawyków jest sercem naszego programu.
Do projektu dołączyła również Sylwia Majcher, dziennikarka i ekoedukatorka. Sylwia na swoim profilu na Instagramie dzieliła się poradami, jak w codziennym życiu pielęgnować dobre nawyki. Mogliśmy się dowiedzieć m.in. jak zakładać i prowadzić ogródki przydomowe, czy chociażby przetwarzać sezonowe owoce i warzywa.
O kampanii Podaj dalej mówiły media. Od lokalnych portali po ogólnopolskie serwisy. Patronat medialny nad kampanią objął portal Noise.
Ponadto w ramach kampanii przyznaliśmy granty edukacyjne dla 27 naszych miast partnerskich. W ramach nich nasze samorządy partnerskie mogły organizować inicjatywy edukacyjne, wydarzenia oraz spotkania. To dzięki nim wśród lokalnych społeczności promowaliśmy rolę zieleni w mieście, ale też ideę less waste i świadomego gospodarowania odpadami.
Ale to nie wszystko. Do akcji dołączyli również nasi pracownicy, którzy odwiedzili żłobki, przedszkola i szkoły. Wolontariusze i edukatorzy pokazywali, jak sadzić i dbać o łąki kwietne, rozmawiali o dobrych nawykach, a także o tym, jak dawać rzeczom drugie życie. Prawie 50 osób przeprowadziło lekcje dla blisko 1500 dzieci w 30 miejscowościach. Dodatkowo nasi pracownicy zasiali również wieloletnią łąkę kwietną przy oddziale w Jeleniej Górze.
Podaj dalej buduje zaangażowanie lokalnych społeczności, bo razem możemy więcej.
Najstarsze miasto w Polsce, stolica polskiego złota, chce być urzędem i jest urzędem na miarę XXI wieku, urzędem przyjaznym dla mieszkańców, ale i też urzędem przyjaznym cyfrowo. Przystąpiliśmy do pilotażu płatności w M-Obywatelu jako pierwsze miasto. Przyspiesza to pracę urzędu, dlatego chcemy iść dalej i poza tymi płatnościami w M-Obywatelu, płatnościami kartą, chcemy też wdrożyć wszystkie formularze elektroniczne. Dążymy do tego, żeby jak najmniej było papierologii, do tego, żeby nie odsyłać mieszkańca po ten tradycyjny blankiet.
Regulowanie należności odbywa się często i coraz częściej bezgotówkowo. Daje nam to bezpieczeństwo, duży komfort, też takie poczucie nowoczesności obiektu. Uznajemy to za bardzo bezpieczne, bardzo wygodne, bardzo takie nowoczesne, a nasi mieszkańcy cieszą się, że mogą w ten sposób u nas korzystać z usług.
Cały czas jesteśmy gotowi na różne nowości technologiczne. Już w tym roku działa u nas w strefie płatnego parkowania możliwość płacenia bezgotówkowo. Chcemy, żeby ta codzienność odbywała się szybko, sprawnie, wygodnie, a przede wszystkim w sposób bezpieczny.
Jak się nie rozwijasz, to się cofasz. A przecież świat tak szybko idzie do przodu. Klienci mają coraz większe oczekiwania.
Dlatego jestem gotowy na zmiany. I oferuję im płatności bezgotówkowe.
Dołącz do tych, którzy zrobili już krok do przodu.
Tak dzisiaj brzmi biznes.
Sięgnij po terminal z programu Polska Bezgotówkowa za 0 zł i zyskaj więcej.
Tak jak drzewo, ty też potrzebujesz dobrych warunków, aby pięknie wzrastać. Dlatego dbamy o czyste powietrze wolne od smogu, o czystą wodę wolną od zanieczyszczeń i ścieków, o czystą zieleń nieskażoną odpadami i o czystą, dobrą energię prosto z natury. Dbamy o dobry klimat dla ciebie i dla całej Polski. Narodowy Fundusz Ochrony Środowiska i Gospodarki Wodnej.
Jeszcze do niedawna w Urzędzie Miasta i Gminy w Jutrosinie jeden telefon przypadał na niecałych 4 urzędników.
Gmina Jutrosin postanowiła to zmienić, a IDEA dostała zadanie, by to wykonać.
Stworzyliśmy wirtualną centralę i dostarczyliśmy telefony, a także nowe laptopy i monitory dla pracowników. I to wszystko widać, chociaż zmieniło się wiele więcej. Zmodernizowaliśmy sieć informatyczną LAN, wdrożyliśmy oprogramowanie do backupu, dostarczyliśmy licencję do UTM-a urzędu, przeprowadziliśmy szkolenie z cyberbezpieczeństwa, bo pracownicy urzędu dbają o aktualizowanie wiedzy także w tym zakresie. Stworzyliśmy też wirtualne środowisko cloud. Nie, chmur nie widać, ale są, ale nie widać. A, wiem, chcesz pewnie zapytać?
Ile zajęło wdrożenie?
7 dni.
Ile?
Tak, tydzień.
Postawiliśmy na rozwój, innowacje i możliwość dalszych modernizacji. Kwota przeznaczona na projekt Cyfrowa Gmina jest inwestycją w bezpieczeństwo danych i sprawną komunikację między mieszkańcami a urzędem.
Projekt grantowy Cyfrowa Gmina w ramach programu operacyjnego Polska Cyfrowa na lata 2014-2020.
Za dużo mikrofonów. Szanowni Państwo, przed nami ostatni.
Okay, this is the last speech. You can't see it, but I can see on my screen. And we will be talking about Kaohsiung's pathway, smart approaches to urban resilience and climate adaptation. And Yi-Sheng Yang, the floor is yours. Bardzo dziękuję. Oczywiście tak to wygląda, jak się jest ostatnim, troszkę jest mniej ludzi. Dziękuję bardzo organizatorom za zaproszenie. To dla mnie duży zaszczyt, że mogę Kaohsiung reprezentować w Poznaniu i gratuluję Państwu, organizatorom gratuluję zorganizowania tej konferencji, ponieważ jest ona ważnym wydarzeniem, jeśli chodzi o ryzyka, o których tutaj mówimy. Pokazuje rzeczywistość i to, czego jesteśmy świadomi obecnie. Pochodzę z wschodniej Azji i oczywiście mamy zupełnie inną rzeczywistość. Z drugiej strony widzę wiele podobieństw, jeśli chodzi o naturalne zagrożenia i katastrofy naturalne. Kaohsiung jest metropolią, która jest bardzo gęsto zaludniona i która staje przed wieloma wyzwaniami klimatycznymi, a również jeśli chodzi o gospodarkę wodą. Zacznę może od wprowadzenia Tajwanu.
So Taiwan is an island nation located on the Pacific Ring of Fire, right between Northeast and Southeast Asia. And because of the position, we often face environmental and geopolitical challenges. I'm not going to deep dive into geopolitical challenge. I'm going to focus on the climate. So this location also gives Taiwan a very strategic role to connect the wider Asia-Pacific region. And within this network, Kaohsiung, where I come from, plays a very specific, important part of it because it is the largest port city in Taiwan. And it has been a long base for major industrial like China Steel and Chinese Petroleum Corporation. And now it is now emerging as the key base for technology companies like TSMC, Acer, and ASUS. What I mentioned here is that with these transformations, the city is playing a closer attention to the climate risk, and especially on water security and clean energy and stronger resilient supply chain, not only to manage risk, but also to build a city that is livable and resilience for its industries. So, some basic background of Kaohsiung. So geographically, Kaohsiung is the third largest city in Taiwan. We have population over 2.7 million. And we have this area nearly 3,000 square kilometers, so it's a large space to cover. So, and the urban planning area only covers 14% of the land. So, but it accommodates over 90% of the population of Kaohsiung. So you can see that there is a highly dense urban form. So, and topographically, about half of the Kaohsiung's land lies above 10,000 meters in elevations, which means we have more than half of the land is hills and mountains. And the rest of the plain and the hills, where these are the most urban development concentrated in these low-lying coastal zones. And Kaohsiung has tropical climates. It has this rainy season concentrate between May to September, and we have this peak rainfall during typhoon season, which is between June and August. So the city, in the meantime, is also one of the sunny cities in Taiwan. We have over like 200 sunny days yearly. So building on what just mentioned about our environment and geographical conditions of Taiwan, I think Taiwan is by nature a high risk and high vulnerability island. So when we talk about risk, we usually describe it as the intersection of three elements: hazards, exposure, and vulnerability. And I think Taiwan is exactly where all these three elements overlaps. So this island, like I mentioned, is on the boundary of these tectonic plates. And it's also in the center of the Western Pacific typhoon belt. So we usually expect that 3 to 5 typhoons strike each year. So it is also one of the few places in the world that regularly experience multiple hazards, like earthquakes, typhoons, and floods. And in addition, we have most people and industrial concentrated in the low-lying coastal areas. So both our exposure and vulnerability are extremely high. So according to the global assessments, I think we are facing like over 17% of Taiwan's land and populations are exposed to like more than three natural hazards, and with nearly 99% of our population face at least two. So under these circumstances that you can see that we face that more frequent and intense climate events, and resilience has become part of our national DNA. So what truly matters today I'm going to share is how this translates into local actions. So Kaohsiung, as I mentioned, that Taiwan is a disaster-prone island. Although it's not very big, it's like 4,100 kilometers from north to south. But the climates in the north and the climate in the south are quite different. The north is humid and raining throughout the year, but in the south, where Kaohsiung is located, it has very distinct wet and dry seasons. So about 80 to 90% of the rainfall occurs between May to September, as I mentioned that. So, and most of them from typhoons. So, Kaohsiung has these tropical monsoon climates. It received like nearly 100 millimeters of rainfall annually. It's almost twice of the global average. It may sound like we have plenty of water, but in reality, it's very hard to retain and use this water effectively, because we have these mountains, half of the mountains at the upper streams, and our rivers that are, we have like 115 rivers that are very short and steep. So rainwater flows quickly to the sea, so before it could be stored. So for Kaohsiung, we must live with two extremes: too much water at times and too little water at others. So climate change also intensified these challenges. So Kaohsiung is now seeing more frequent and intense rainfall events, and the rainfall patterns have become increasingly unpredictable. So it also put a lot of pressure on the city's flood control and drainage systems because most of the Kaohsiung's urban drainage infrastructure was designed for only like 2 to 5 year return periods. But we can see that for today's rainfall intensity often exceeds that standards by several times. And we also see that for the past decades, we have many typhoons brought over like 500 millimeters of rainfall in a single day. So you can see that that really stressed the drainage system of the city. So, and unfortunately, we can see such extreme events are no longer like just occasional happens. They are becoming part of the new normal, if you said that. So, building on these growing challenges, Kaohsiung has developed several smart approaches to strengthen its water resilience. Here by smart, we don't just mean that it's like digital or high tech. We want to emphasize that it also means that it's location based and ecosystem based and community driven solutions that fits the city's real conditions. So Kaohsiung's focus now is on managing both too much water and too little water at the same time through like three approaches. The first is nature-based and blue-green infrastructure, and the second is the community-based adaptation, and the third is by using the ICT and digital tools for the integrated water management. So. Did I, okay. So in the past, Kaohsiung focused mainly on flood control. So we built barriers and drainage systems to keep the water out. But as we can see that the extreme rainfall becomes more frequent and more intense, we realize we cannot just fight against the water. We need to learn to live with them. So today, Kaohsiung manage water through a whole basin approach. So in the upstreams, we focus on water conservation, specific on protecting slopes and forests. At the midstream parts, we create retention and detention spaces such as parks and permeable pavements to slow down and to try to keep the water on the ground. And at the downstream, we enhance flood discharge, but we try to introduce the smart monitoring system to safely drain the water to the sea. So next, I'll share more specific examples of how we put these ideas into actions. So I think several speakers already mentioned that we have these measures in the blue-green infrastructure approach, and flood detention ponds basins are the most representative here in Kaohsiung, because Kaohsiung launched the Taiwan's first ecological detention basin in 2020, I think 25. So now it has like 26 public basins, so it kind of creates a citywide flood management network. And these are on the public lands, and also at the private sites. We also regulate the private developments, like over 2 hectares. They must include on-site retention system, so the urban growth doesn't put extra pressures on nearby drainage areas. So, of course, this land development is vital to the city's economy, but with this limited land available, so the city government needs to convince the developer to set aside space for water. So it took like years of negotiations and practice. And Kaohsiung is still ongoing. This is still ongoing efforts that we try to find a more balanced and sustainable base between flood safety and urban growth. So this is the one of the earliest urban flood detention basin in Taiwan and in Kaohsiung. So this site used to be a low-lying area where ponds and wetland were filled for development, which later made it highly prone to flooding. So the city developed it by using public lands and then turning into a multifunctional space for not just for flood control, but also for ecology and also for recreation use. So at the beginning because this is the first case of Taiwan to build the detention ponds. So at first, we have many residents, they were worried about this kind of hydro, like engineering infrastructure in their backyard. So they're worried about the property values and worry about mosquitoes and also other safety issues. So it took years of dialogue with the communities and the NGOs to build trust, and through participatory planning. So, but even today, we still have many people misunderstand the concept of detention ponds. So, for example, you can see the basketball courts here during the dry days, and it is designed as the temporary storage flood area. So when it looks flood, it's actually doing its job. But for people, they would consider it's being flooded. So this reminds us that shifting from flood control to living with water is not just an engineering change. It is also a social and cultural transition that really takes time to process and having the dialogue. So over the years, Kaohsiung has more than 20 years of experience in developing detention basins. So these basins are now also involved from single-purpose flood facilities into multifunctional public spaces. And many of them now serve as urban parks. And some basins also support the ecological restorations. And in recent years, we also see several sites have integrated solar power, playground, and water landscapes, and turning these detention ponds, this technical infrastructure into spaces that people can really could actually enjoy. So before building on the detention basins, Kaohsiung had already begun developing its urban wetland corridors as well. So this actually starts as part of the city's transition from heavy industrial, moving beyond steel and petrochemicals towards a city could truly coexist with the nature. So in the past, many of the ponds and wetland were filled for development, and causing the city to lose its natural capacity to restore, to regulate the heat and also to regulate the water. So there has been decades of also collaboration between the city government and NGOs and communities. Kaohsiung began the restoration of wetlands with eco-based approach, and to connect these fragmented pieces of wetlands into a citywide network of over 1,000 hectares. So today we can see this wetland not just as for like biodiversity habitat, they could also be the city's natural sponge systems. So also building on this network of urban wetland corridors, Kaohsiung has also turned its industrial legacy into opportunities for regenerations. Kaohsiung has a long history of being the base of industrial business. So it leaves many former like factory and storage sites scattered across the city urban area. So with these brownfields, they were causing like environmental burdens, but they are now being treated as the unique opportunities and assets for urban regenerations, and especially for the as wetlands and into and repurpose them into green spaces. So the sites you see here it used to be an industrial and lumber yards. So now they are being repurposed as the urban wetland park that provides flood control, ecology, and also recreation. So from like planning perspective, we can see these lands have become key assets for Kaohsiung to also strengthen the resilience and sustainability through adaptive use. So as we mentioned that we have very limited land resources. So within these limitations, we think that every piece of land and space plays a critical role in climate adaptations. So in Kaohsiung, it's not just about engineering, it's also an integrated urban design strategies. So since 2003, the city has enacted and implemented the Green Building Ordinance. So it requires the new constructions to include water retention, greenery, and also energy efficient measures. And from 2012 onwards, all buildings with floor area over 10,000 square meters, they must install rainwater collections and reuse systems. So each, in calculation, so each capable of storing around 330 tons of water. So it could turn like buildings into a small catchment units. So at the same time, at the city scale, we have this round of control and the permeable surface design to ensure that new development don't increase the flood risk to the nearby neighborhood. So in the long run, we can see that even traditional great infrastructure, they can become like green infrastructure supporting the climate resilience and urban livability. And beyond building and infrastructure, Kaohsiung also invests in people and communities because we believe that true resilience begins at the local level. So the city focused on community-based and non-structural measures that could build everyday resilience. So we have this disaster resilient community program, which empower the residents to learn how to reduce risk before disaster and to respond quickly during emergencies and recover faster afterwards. So since 2010, we have more than 40 communities have joined the program. They learn how to work with local communities and university to use tools like GIS and a flood map and a digital communication platform to share information among communities and to coordinate during extreme events. So this approach now has also connected to a disaster preparedness with green roofs and rainwater reuse and community greening. So the idea is to make resilience become part of the daily urban life, not just a response to crisis. So it is a very good example of the community-based adaptations. It's called the Yong'an district. This is a coastal community that has about 33 hectares of fish farms and used to suffer from frequent flooding during typhoons and storms. So the program enabled the community to work with the city governments and local fish farmers and to develop a micro detention approach. So before there's a storm, these fish farmers, they will pre-lower the pond water levels by about 50 centimeters. So the ponds can temporarily store stormwater and help reduce flooding. So altogether, these simple measures can retain like more than 165,000 tons of rainwater. So it's not only protects the community, but also strengthens the resilience of the local aquaculture and the traditional livelihoods and small deck farmers. They can play a key role in climate adaptation as well. So move into the part on technology and data applications. I won't go in technical details, but I like to share why this matters. As mentioned, that the climate change intensifies, we have challenges to predict the floodings and the traditional drainage and prevention systems has become insufficient to support the security of the city. So Kaohsiung has therefore adopted a dynamic and also preventive approach. It's now tried to integrate rainfall, water levels, floodgates, and pump station and service flooding data into a platform and to enable real-time decision with higher accuracy. So because the conventional monetary water system are often very costly and difficult to maintain. So the city is now using IoT sensors that is about 1/3 of the cost of the traditional measures, and they are supported by the cloud platforms and these AI analytics. So Kaohsiung has now developed into an integrated smart water management system. So, like I say, it connects every data from different sectors and uses cloud-based analytics to support on-site teams in taking early actions. So this is not only about upgrading the technology, but also there's a shift of the way we think about how we govern, about the water governance in the city. So So Kaohsiung's approach just want to ensure that the data is connected and they are understood and they are applied into actionable actions. So these are the centers we put all over the cities. Kaohsiung has continued to expand this smart flood monitoring network to ensure that the information and analysis is more accurate. And the smart disaster management platform is actually the heart of the Kaohsiung's water management system. So you see from the previous slides, there are like CCTVs and the sensors in the pumping stations. So they are used to detect anomalies, and when anomalies or extremes happens, they will trigger like early warnings for faster response on sites. So, as a citizen, in Taiwan, we have almost like 99% of the population use these online communication tools. So Kaohsiung Cities has made it a key platform for public communication and disaster alerts. So with this official Kaohsiung City line accounts, so residents, including myself, we receive like real-time warnings and updates when storm happens, and it also connected to a digital citizen platform, so it could create like a one-stop interactive service for the public. So what it do is that during typhoons or heavy rains or before that, it will send like localized alerts to help people to take quickly measures or actions and stay safe. So that will include warnings, rainfall updates, and evacuation information, etc. So Kaohsiung also created like a specific group online channels for the farmer because they are also one of the vulnerable groups during the climate risk. So another like risk that Kaohsiung is now focusing on is the water security. It is one of the most urgent challenges Kaohsiung is now facing today. So in the past, we used to say that Taiwan has one big drought every 10 years. We have this phrase, but with the climate change, the cycle has become much shorter. So Kaohsiung has experienced like two severe droughts in 2015 and also in 2021, including there's one extreme 2-year periods of we don't have single typhoon that really make landfall. So we have more than 600 days that without like significant rainfall. So this situation has seriously impacted our daily life, also with agriculture and industries. So as mentioned, that Kaohsiung is now trying to transform itself into a smart and city that could attract more high-tech industries, and water demands has been rising rapidly. So the project, we have these projections that shows that Kaohsiung will face a water supply gap, a big supply gap around 2030, and I think that will come much earlier than we expected. So as a response, Kaohsiung is now trying to find diversified water resources strategy. to build a more flexible and resilient supplied water system. So first approach is water reclamations. The city now operates Taiwan's first two large-scale reclaimed water plants. And we have two additional plants that are under construction. If these all four plants are completed, Kaohsiung will supply more than 200,000 tons of reclaimed water daily. So that could ensure a stable water for both industrial and also for the residents. So also at the same time, Kaohsiung is trying to work with the central government and also with the neighboring governments, local governments, through projects like subsurface water plan and the interregional water system, so we can have these cross cities, cross regional water transfers and allocations, and so during the dry seasons. So. And in terms of the water governance, Kaohsiung is now trying to mainstream the climate adaptation into the core governance and across sectors. The city has assessed 7 priority sectors, from water and infrastructure to coastal protections and health. City also focus more on the stronger institutional capacity to support each sector to respond and adapt to the future climate uncertainties. So the city also set up a climate adaptation committee, which is chaired by the mayor itself, and the purpose of this committee is to coordinate across sectors on the target actions of the city. So to conclude, I just want to share a few key experiences from Kaohsiung's journey on climate adaptation. So first, we urge that the city take no regrets urban-based measures, which means we would like to invest in actions and that protect both people and nature. So MBS is one very good example of that. And the second, we would like to urge the city to empower community-anchored adaptation. So we think that adaptation is always local. So this resilience must come from the community by designing locally tailored strategies and ensure that the transparency in decision-making and citizen participations, and so that adaptation can become a shared and co-create and bottom-up approach. And the third, we urge that the city can take people-centered smart solutions. Of course, there are technology and innovations always evolving, but they should serve real humans and people-centered demands. So by integrating digital tools into daily lives, we can ensure that the solutions and technology can be used more inclusively, and to ensure that the equity and in a more equitable manner. So just finally, I just want to leave one message. So we took a lot of actions, but whether it's engineering policy or innovations, we would like to take, if we want to build, to be more resilient and making our city not just smart, but we would like to make city wise and also future ready. So, and I believe the peer exchange and the learning, like the opportunity today, will really support us to find a way to reduce the trial and error, and to work together to find the common solutions. And lastly, on behalf of the mayor of Kaohsiung City, I would like to extend our invitation to people here, to all of you to join us in the Smart City Expo in Kaohsiung next March. So thank you very much.
Maybe to put your headset on once more.
I don't have the headset.
Somewhere, there is somewhere. Okay, I can also translate into English. Słuchajcie Państwo, będziemy mieć teraz czas na...
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Q&A question, Q&A session.
Here, probably in English, I guess, but...
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. I think it's always very interesting to see how concepts all over the world are similar, but then depending on the local locations are solved differently. In Berlin, we have the challenge that a lot of our soils are contaminated, like with pollution because of former industry and the Second World War. And you named also that it was, Kaohsiung was like before, like an industrial place. Mm-hmm. So I'm wondering how you solve this solution with infiltrating water through the ground.
I think it's more like technical questions. I'm trying to answer it. Like a reclamation of brownfield always take like 10 years. I can imagine. And the with this, we have this relocation of a petrochemical factory, and now the land is now being redeveloped into a new base for the chip industrials. So the city has these techniques to prioritize the how do I say there's a specific technical part. I'm not sure how to answer that, but now it becomes the priority of the city to contaminated these fields by using like vegetations and also other more structural and technical measures. So, sorry, I cannot really answer the technical part of this, but now it's actually the priority for the city to do that. Yes.
Okay, so maybe I will try to ask one more because I don't see anyone willing to. It's not about your island, but one that is very close by, Japan. A friend of mine, she's conducting also research about resilience and catastrophes management in Japan after the floods, and she's researching the area of, let's say, grassroots type of dealing things when catastrophes happen. So not only about smart city solutions, but also how the local community is a part of those smart city solutions. For example, there is a map when everyone knows who is storing what type of emergency equipment and who is possessing some sort of unique competencies like operating craft boats and so on. So my question would be also in some kind in the vocabulary of Carlos Moreno from this morning's or the first lecture, those old wisdom intelligence or those community intelligence as a part of a smart cities chains of command. So if you would like to comment on the topic, I would be delightful.
Yeah, I would really agree with that point because we talk about the all these local communities based adaptation. These are these ideas comes from the bottom up, from the local people. They have these local wisdoms they can use to adapt the uncertainties in the futures. Also, I really agreed with the science. We can also call it like citizen science, because these are the people. They have the knowledge of their communities and the knowledge they could use to truly how do I say, to truly support the quality, living quality of the community. So I truly agree with the idea.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, since I can't see any raised hands, let me now consult the agenda, and officially I can say, yes, that was the last item on the agenda. So all I can say is to thank our speaker for her presentation, and I would like to thank you for your presence. And tomorrow is another day, and we are meeting again. And for those who would like to repeat the rhythm of today, let me give you a reminder that we are starting at 9 rather than at 2. So we are meeting at 9:30. Okay. So so that my bad. We are starting at 9:30 tomorrow, and we will be talking about examples of resilience from Europe and other cities. And thank you very much for your attention.